Good morning, folks. The summit is about to begin soon, so please come in, take your seats. Le summit va bientôt commencer. Veuillez prendre vos places. Hello, everyone. The summit is about to begin. Please kindly come in and take your seats. Le summit va bientôt commencer. Veuillez prendre vos places. Good morning, everyone. Before we begin, I'd like to welcome Nani Rose, a Haida grandmother residing on unceded, unsurrendered Algonquin and Anishinaabe territory, to start us off with a prayer.
Sanaitla, and good morning. Welcome. We are so happy to have you all here today. I would like to take a moment. I'll introduce myself first. So Sanaitla, Juna ilku tulang edang hadkethka hinadikian, Rose la kiryat hinadikian. Ayat di gudne lagen. It's been quite a flurry of activity to get everybody here. So let's just take a minute, because you know when the waters are swirling and everything is up in the air, let's just take a minute to settle ourselves, if we could. Bring all the parts of yourself that have been rushing around, trying to catch up with your physical being to be here today. Remember why we're here. This is such a powerful room of people that have come together in the most beautiful way. Everybody that I have encountered in the short time that I've been with you all has been so kind and so motivated to make the world a better place. So let's put that into words. The first word that comes to mind is caring. I think it's safe to say that everybody in this room cares, and cares more than their own personal self and being. They care about the person next to them, their neighbors, their friends, their family, and their community. And you're all working so hard to make it a better place. And I honor you for that. I express heartfelt gratitude to you all, because it's not a normal thing. The world has gone a little bit off balance, and I feel like we're in a speed wobble, almost Thelma and Louising it off the cliff, as it were. So it's really nice to see so many people trying to put on the brakes to that and saying, hey, wait a minute, there's a better road over this way, let's go this way. And that's wonderful. And it's really important to remember the first thing that we need to care for outside of ourselves is our Mother Earth, that which sustains us. And we're at a tipping point right now where it's become so important that we restore the balance. And being an Indigenous grandmother, a Haida grandmother, a Nani, has really brought that home for me. When I look into the eyes of my grandson, what future do I see for him? And right now it's kind of scary. He's 10 years old. In 8 years, he could be called to go to war. And that's what it feels like right now. And that's what we're up against. The powers that be seem so intent on ripping what they believe is valuable from our Mother Earth without consent, without consideration of the First Peoples, without consideration of their own people. Because it's not just the First Peoples that will be affected by this. Ginwadluwan good algagidug. Everything depends on everything else. I feel that the First Peoples are almost the canary in the mines now, and our voices are falling silent. You know, if a tree falls in the forest, does anybody hear it? First Peoples are in the forest trying to save the trees, that which gives us clean air. And it goes on, and most people are oblivious to it. It's so important that we understand that we are all in this together. This beautiful Mother Earth of ours, it's not just mine, it's yours. It belongs to your children and your grandchildren. It does not belong to us. We are merely caretakers. So it's wonderful to see so many caretakers in the room today. So hold on to that caring and that kindness outside yourself, and powerful things will happen. Wonderful, strong connections will be made at this gathering, and I look forward to witnessing the outcomes of that. Haua, miigwech, thank you, merci.
Alors, bonjour tout le monde et bienvenue au Sommet sur le progrès, édition 2026.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2026 Progress Summit, Defending Democracy Across Borders. I'm Jared Walker. I am the Vice Chair of Broadbent's Board of Directors.
Et moi, c'est Bilan Hart, représentante nationale pour les droits de la personne au Congrès du travail du Canada. Alors, pour défendre la démocratie par-delà des frontières, il est nécessaire au début d'interroger les frontières invisibles et quotidiennes sur lesquelles nous traversons tous les jours. L'Institut Broadbent et ce sommet sur le progrès se déroulent sur le territoire traditionnel non cédé des Algonquins Anishinaabe et du peuple de la nation algonquine Anishinaabe, dont le territoire englobe le bassin versant de la grande rivière Kitchissippi, aujourd'hui communément appelée la rivière des Outaouais. Quand on parle de la défense de la démocratie, il est essentiel aussi de réfléchir sur les traditions démocratiques précoloniales, exigées par les communautés autochtones et interrompues par les colonisateurs européens.
The Broadbent Institute and the Progress Summit are located on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, which encompasses the watershed of the Kitchissippi, or Big River, now commonly known as the Ottawa River. The Algonquin Anishinaabe have called this watershed home for thousands of years, and they will continue to be stewards of these lands well into the future. When we think about defending democracy across borders, we must first be clear-eyed about how we got these borders in the first place. Similarly, we should learn about and reflect on the pre-colonial, deeply democratic traditions practiced by many Indigenous peoples across Turtle Island, which continue to inform and strengthen our democracy today. Over the next 2 days, we're going to hear from Indigenous leaders and changemakers, including MP Leah Gazan, MP Laurie Idlout, Brandy Moran, Janelle Lapointe, and Magali Picard, who are working to build what our friend Ed called the good society today and for generations to come.
Les reconnaissances territoriales nous rappellent que ce pays s'est construit sur des territoires contestés, sur des terres volées, et que la justice a toujours exigé des luttes. Elles nous rappellent aussi que les inégalités ne sont pas le fruit du hasard. Elles sont structurelles et façonnées par les rapports du pouvoir, par qui possède, qui décide et qui en bénéficie.
Whether we are First Peoples, settlers, descendants of the enslaved, or newcomers to this land, each of us has a role to play in shaping a more just, more united future. That work of reconciliation, of solidarity, and of co-creation is at the heart of what brings us together today. I'm so happy to be here with all y'all, emceeing this incredible summit put on by the Broadbent Summit, by the Broadbent Institute. As a member of our board of directors, I look forward to this event every year. It's such a gift to be able to come together as workers, as organizers, as activists, as researchers, educators, and leaders of this movement, our progressive movement that we love so much.
Et moi aussi, je suis ravie d'être entre vous comme représentante et militante sur le service des droits de la personne. It's worth remembering in this moment that Ed Broadbent dedicated much of his public life to universal human rights. It's this legacy that we're here to build on at the 2026 Progress Summit, defending democracy across borders.
And we could not be facing a more pivotal moment. We're barely 10 weeks into 2026, and the sheer scale of the crises is difficult to fathom. Genocide continues in Gaza and in Sudan. The US is in democratic freefall, with a government equally willing to turn state-sanctioned violence on fishing boats in the Caribbean, school children in Iran, and American citizens in Minnesota. As Canadians, we've seen our Prime Minister challenge a flawed world order where might makes right, only to turn around and back the Trump administration's illegal regime change wars. In times like these, this summit is a space for courage. We're here not just to name the crises we're facing, but to envision new ways forward and to organize towards real solutions. So over the next few days, we're going to ask some tough questions. How do we defend democracy against entrenched oligarchy and rising authoritarianism? How do we fulfill democracy's promise by making sure government and democratic institutions actually work for everyday people? What would a more vibrant and resilient democracy look like in the workplace, in the economy, and across our society? How do we defend journalism and press freedom against ever-expanding oligarchy, underfunding, coordinated misinformation, disinformation, and AI slop? And how do we build solidarity with democratic forces around the world so we can protect democracy and sovereignty here at home?
Comme l'époque que nous traversons, ce sommet est un espace de courage. On est ici pas seulement pour nommer les crises, mais pour imaginer des voies nouvelles et s'organiser pour des solutions concrètes. Au cours des 2 prochains jours, on va poser les vraies questions. Comment défendre la démocratie face aux forces antidémocratiques? Comment redonner du sens et de la crédibilité à nos institutions? Comment démocratiser nos milieux de travail, notre économie, nos médias? Comment soutenir un journalisme libre et indépendant? Et comment tisser des solidarités au-delà de nos frontières pour protéger notre souveraineté et nos valeurs démocratiques? Alors ce sommet, ce n'est pas qu'un espace de discussion. C'est un lieu pour se relier, pour transformer l'indignation en organisation. Parce que la démocratie ne se défend pas seule. Elle se renforce quand on agit et on agit ensemble.
By now, if you're paying attention and you've had your coffee, you'll notice that the summit is bilingual. Le sommet est bilingue. Sessions will be in English ou en français with live interpretation available throughout. If you haven't picked up your headset yet, now is the time. They're at the table in the back near registration where you came in. You just need to leave a piece of ID, which you'll get back when you return the device. Our first session includes both French and English speakers, so we'll give you a moment to get yourself set up after Executive Director Jen Hassam delivers her opening remarks. We would also like to take this moment to thank our platinum sponsors, the Canadian Union of Public Employees, the Canadian Medical Association, and the United Steelworkers, as well as our incredible title, yeah, give them a hand. As well as our incredible title sponsors, the Canadian Labour Congress and Action Network, for supporting this gathering of our progressive movement.
Et maintenant, pour lancer officiellement le sommet, on accueille sur scène la directrice générale de l'Institut Broadbent, Jen Hassam. Dans 1 minute. Alors, juste pour l'introduire un petit peu plus, depuis 20 ans, Jeanne fait partie de celles qui construisent, qui mobilisent et qui transforment. Elle a dirigé des campagnes gagnantes, aidé à syndiquer des milieux de travail et contribué à des politiques publiques importantes pour les gens ordinaires.
Jen is a strategic thinker, a fierce organizer, and someone who always brings clarity and hope to the thorniest problems. So please join us in welcoming the Executive Director of the Broadbent Institute, Jen Hassam.
Salut tout le monde. Hello everyone. Je m'appelle Jen. I'm Jen, and welcome to the Broadbent Institute's Progress Summit for 2026. Je connais bien de monde ici aujourd'hui. I know a lot of people here today, but there's also a lot of people who are new to the space. So levez votre main si c'est votre première fois ici à la Summit. So please lift your hand if it's your first time. Right on! Well, thank you so much for coming. I see some of our international guests raise their heads. It's fair. It's fair. If you are new to this space, I want you to know one major thing, which is that you belong here. This is a space, thank you. It's a space where we're trying to create a big tent of people. So that's why you're going to meet people from all over Canada, international guests, from so many walks of life, and maybe everyone's working on different issues or sees the world in different ways. And our intent in programming the summit and inviting such an array of different people isn't to create a space where you need to conform, where you need to believe in all 100 million things that we all think alike and all think the same. That's not what we're trying to do. What we are trying to do is build a big tent where we can show our multitudes and be exposed to different ideas, different ways of thinking, different organizing strategies, so that we can come back from that experience and grow in whatever it is that we're doing, wherever we see ourselves within the big progressive tent. And if there is one defining characteristic, though, something that I know, I really think I can say very confidently that everyone in the room has this nature about them, is that we believe in humanity first. And that there are real powers in Canada, in our workplaces, some bad landlords. There are people with power and corporations here in Canada and abroad who are jacking up the cost of food, who are, behind private equity, buying up homes and making them unaffordable, who are responsible for the decline of middle-class jobs in Canada and make it hard for us to create good jobs, and who are also leading our country and our government much too quickly into spaces of US-led war or famine or genocide. And so what unites us is that we believe in humanity first. And like our dear Ed Broadbent, who believed that in especially tough times, a better world isn't just necessary, but it's possible. And it's something that we all ought to take the time at places like the Progress Summit to be reconnecting, remembering that we have this big mission together to work on, and then to be open to hearing how we can all do this together. Nous sommes des gens qui croient en un avenir meilleur, qui revend une société qui n'est pas seulement plus juste, mais aussi ceux et celles qui vont bâtir cet avenir. So whether you traveled across the street in Ottawa to get here, or you traveled far, you took a plane, thank you so much for choosing to be here. A little bit about the theme. Ed Broadbent thought a lot about democracy. And he thought that it was something that isn't just inert or innate. It's something that you always need to be striving to work on and to get better. And he believed, rightfully, that it's the democratic participation of everyone in our society and in our economy, of seeing people as equals. And through that participation, and having rights and freedoms and liberty, and people having access to everything they need to be a full participating member in society, that is how we can have and achieve a better life. So democracy in that sense is tied to everything that we are going to be talking about over the course of this summit. Good, strong unions. That's democracy. Thank you. Governments that are beholden to people and that aren't corrupt. That's democracy. Quality public education and healthcare, that's democracy. And treating everybody, every human being with respect, no matter their race, their religion, their sexuality, that's part of democracy too. And last, but certainly not least, because I'm going to delve into this a little bit, freedom of the press and freedom of speech is democracy. I have to tell you, when we selected the theme as a staff and calling, our partners, defending democracy across borders, I didn't know that every single day since selecting that theme, we would be watching and seeing that it's more than just a conference theme, but it's becoming a rallying cry. This theme, moved from protecting democracy in Canada to also thinking about it internationally. Canada, of course, is under attack from Donald Trump. And his 51st state words, they're not just words, they have very real implication. And he is strangling our economy. And unemployment is up. There is a crisis in our country. Ed Broadbent is no longer with us, but through his work, through his writings, we know exactly what he'd advise Canada to be doing at this point. He wouldn't think that we should be beating a war drum or joining along with that and supporting attacks on Iran, Cuba, Venezuela, Palestine. He wouldn't be an isolationist either and just retreat into just talking about and thinking about Canada. He would be fighting like hell to try and defend Canadian jobs from being under attack. He'd tackle the cost of living, but he would also tell us that we need to be thinking about our place in the world within the Western Hemisphere and with our friends and our ties with Europe to find democratic allies in governments, trade unions, civic movements, and from that we can rebuild peace, stability, good economies, not just here in Canada, but elsewhere too. And find partners to be doing this work that won't be making jokes about invading us or threatening our economy and backstabbing us. So today and tomorrow, we're going to be talking about democracy and the people who are fighting for democracy. Whether it's nation-building projects here, or brave union organizers at CUPE, Air Canada component, or teachers, public educators. We're going to hear the sister from Minnesota in a second, our friends in the United States, Germany, Ecuador, Mexico. Speakers that we've lined up who hopefully will offer and help us think more about what this fight for democracy and a just economy looks like and feels like in their countries, ideas that they have. And when Ed Broadbent founded this organization, he knew it wasn't enough to just talk about stuff at conferences. And that it wasn't enough either to publish reports, which we do, and we love the reports. And there are 3 great ones that are going to be released at the conference. And it's also not enough to talk about training organizers or skills, but that we also need a free press. So I'm going to take a moment and talk about, oh, thanks. Lots of applause. Everyone's really excited this morning, eh? It's a good thing. But something I'm not jazzed about is this big court case that we're facing. The trial began this week. It actually opened Monday. And press progress is at the center of what could be a big and one of the longest trial cases for defamation in Canadian history. It's being brought against us at Press Progress and the Broadbent Institute, CBC News, and the Toronto Star by a former candidate who ran for the United Conservative Party of Alberta. And let me be clear, the newsroom is under attack for factual reporting and quoting what 2 politicians, what they were saying, their written words. Just quoting written words. So Press Progress is in a battle. And the lawsuit isn't just to try and intimidate us and those journalists, but it's larger in that if they succeed, it would protect the secrets between politicians and whistleblowers and impose costs on journalists and whistleblowers who simply repeat the words that were said or written behind closed doors that they don't want us to see. But guess what? We're not fucking backing down. No way. No way. We're going to stand up, and we are going to make sure that this doesn't become a precedent in our country and protect our ability to have free speech. This goes beyond any sort of right and left. This is for everybody in our country. We can't let any kind of democratic backsliding happen. We need to be protecting and defending journalism, our freedoms, our democracy. And over the next few days, you'll see at the Press Progress table and at the Broadbent Institute, we have flyers and QR codes even on the back of your lanyards. So if you are interested in donating, and I don't normally do this on the stage, you know this, but it is important to help us with our legal defense fund, not just for this particular case, but for any other time in which there are these battles on free speech. And we have beautiful pins, too, that say defend journalism. So, you know, I want to close on some of the words of Ed Broadbent. He wrote that to be humane, societies must be democratic. And of course, democracy for Ed was not just a political project. It was a social and moral compass that should guide us in all of our work. Yes, at the ballot box and in elections, but this is bigger. This is about our workplaces. This is about doctors' offices. This is about our newsrooms. It's about everything. And folks, when we're attacked on all fronts, we need to fight back on all fronts. So if we want to defend sovereignty, if we want to defend the free press, our fundamental rights, we must reimagine what it means, what democracy means, really understand it, learn more from our friends abroad. And that's why our agenda over the next 2 days reflects that reality that we're facing. And so if you haven't already planned out your 48 hours that you're going to be spending with us, please start now, because it's a really packed and incredible summit where we're going to be thinking about so much: Medicare, digital sovereignty, what it takes to build a robust and just economy. And if possible, also use this time to recharge. Get that inspiration. When we're feeling this amount of attack as Canadians, we need to recharge by finding and reaching out to each other, to our friends, our colleagues. So also take that time. That's an important part of the summit too, is that time to recharge. And one thing above all, especially everyone who raised your hands, make new friends. That's how we can come together in times of crisis. Et cette solidarité, cette vision qui est partagée entre nous, c'est ce qui nous rend forts. So together, let's work to defend democracy across borders here in Canada and shape things for a better future. Thank you so much for coming, and I look forward to the whole summit with you.
I think Jen mentioned upstairs at some point, so let's make sure y'all have the lay of the land. The main plenary summit programming is down here on the lobby level, but anything happening in the Grand Salon or the Chaudière room is up on conference level C. The mezzanine is just one floor above us, and that's where you'll find breakfast in the mornings, hopefully you did that already, the economic policy timeline, and the Action Network booth. To my friends out there who are time optimists, and I see you, please add travel time to get to where you are going. This is especially true if you plan to take one of the elevators. If you have not had the experience of waiting for one of the elevators, you will. Washrooms on this level are near the hotel reception and across the hall from the Grand Salon room on the conference level C. There is an all-gender washroom stall on the mezzanine level M.
And of incredible importance, coffee. Coffee stations will be located on the conference and lobby levels, and lunch will be located in the lobby area. Lunch will be served to-go style, so grab your food and make your way back to the rooms for programming, or find a spot to take a break. For today's lunch, the Le Breton room upstairs is a quieter space for a break. And if you haven't already, make sure to download Whova, our conference app. This is where you can find the schedule, speaker bios, and send messages to other delegates. Just download it from the App Store or Google Play, or enter the event code, Broadbent 2026, and you're good to go. The app is also where we'll make announcements when things change or need adjustments, so make sure you turn on your notifications. If you run into trouble with the app, visit the registration desk located at the lobby, or find a volunteer who can help you. Vous êtes plus bienvenus de partager vos meilleurs moments de ce sommet sur les réseaux sociaux. Nous le ferons aussi. Vous pouvez aussi nous trouver sur TikTok, Facebook, Blue Sky, Instagram et LinkedIn. On utilisera le hashtag broadbent2026. For online Wi-Fi access during the summit, log into the network Marriott Bonvoy Conference and use the password Summit2026. Let's bring these ideas and conversations to the doorsteps, kitchen tables, and social media feeds of people in Canada across this country.
The summit cannot operate without the amazing team of staff, volunteers, sponsors, and partners who made this event happen. So let's get to know them. If you are part of the summit staff team, raise your hand. If you're a volunteer, raise your hand. If you're participating as a sponsor or a partner this year, raise your hand. Hand raised or not, each and every one of you is a key part of our community, and we couldn't do this without your support. So thank you so much for being a part of this year's Progress Summit.
Le sommet sur le progrès est une occasion d'analyse, de recherche de solutions et de formation au leadership. C'est un espace où on peut explorer les questions urgentes qui préoccupent les progressistes au Canada et dans le monde entier. So as we enter 2 days of thoughtful programming with lots of big ideas on the agenda, it is so important that we all do what we can to make sure everyone has the best experience possible.
Y'all, we're going to be talking about some real-life issues that have real-life impact on our communities. People are going to have skin in the game. And it's natural for folks to have strong feelings and differing perspectives. So, to ensure that the summit continues to be a safe and welcoming space for everyone, all participants are expected to abide by the Progress Summit's Code of Conduct and Mutual Respect. This Code of Conduct and Mutual Respect identifies the standard of behavior expected of all event attendees, including participants, speakers, staff, volunteers, observers, guests, media, and others. You can find the 2026 Progress Summit Code of Conduct and Mutual Respect on the app, in your email, and on the Summit website. We encourage all participants to understand its expectations and the safety mechanisms that we have in place.
As part of the Broadbent Institute's commitment to a welcoming and inclusive summit, I also want to draw your attention to 2 staff resources available to summit attendees. Je vais vous présenter Heather Brunette et Galia Bravo, des personnes importantes dans ce sommet. Elles sont nos coordinatrices en charge de l'accessibilité et du soutien à toutes et à tous les participants. Heather Brunette and Galia Bravo are back for another year, focused on ensuring our summit's accessibility. Heather and Galia are available to support attendees that experience barriers to accessing, navigating, or participating fully at this year's summit. If you have concerns related to childcare availability, dietary restrictions, inaccessible spaces, or any other barrier you may experience, please connect with Heather and Galia. Both Heather and Galia are available, if you would like, for peer support during programming hours. And if you encounter an issue or are concerned about a situation, Heather and Galia are here, dedicated to helping in those situations and directing your concerns to the appropriate staff member. They can be found at the registration desk or reached by phone.
We also have a quiet room for when folks just need some space and quiet away from the stimulation of the summit. The quiet room is the Cartier Room this year, and that's on the conference level. Bytown Room is a designated prayer room, and it can also be found on the conference level. Et sur ça, j'ai le plaisir d'annoncer la première séance de la sommet Dépêche des lignes de front. This session will have both English and French presenters, so we'll give you a moment for those of you who need to grab a translation headset. To lead us in the first session of the day, Dispatches from the Front Line, we welcome to the stage Salmon Tabasinajud, the Executive Director of Progress Toronto, an organization that has been at the forefront of organizing electoral victories in Canada's largest city.
Hi, everyone. Let me just get these notes in order. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you, Jared. And hello. I'm so thrilled to be back here at the Progress Summit. This year's theme is bold and timely. Defending democracy across borders is, as Jen said, a call to action that we must heed. It's a reminder that the work we do in our communities doesn't stop in our communities. It reaches out and connects us across borders and boundaries in ways that we often don't even see. Each year, the Broadbent Summit and Institute bring together organizers, advocates, and everyday people who are doing that work on the ground and fighting for justice, worker power, and real democracy. For those of you who are not familiar with Progress Toronto, we're a grassroots organization building a more democratic, just, and progressive city. Through campaigning, training, and organizing, we help residents and organizations and organizers take action on issues that matter most. From housing and public services to racial and economic justice, our work empowers people to push for real change at City Hall and beyond. Another important part of our work is holding Conservatives accountable for their records. Too often, the right coasts on name recognition and vibes, but at Progress Toronto, we knock on doors, drop flyers, and reach voters online and off to make sure people know what Conservative politicians have actually done in office and how it has impacted their lives. And that's what we did with John Tory, who intended to run this year against Olivia Chow after quitting in disgrace. But for the past 8 months, we have shared his record as mayor, and he announced earlier this week that he would be stepping down from the mayoral race and cited our work as reason, which is a major victory. And this is a major victory for working people all across our city who have been bearing the brunt of the rights cuts to services into our city. Our work together creates a barrier that stops the right-wing politics from taking hold and spreading. While they throw money at pushing their message, we know that when we organize together, we can shape our communities and win. As I host Dispatches today, I'm reminded that the people you're about to hear from are making real impact. They're shaping they're shaping a more equitable future for their communities, and their work goes beyond just boundaries, and it impacts all of us. And so these are the dispatches from the front lines. Ce matin, nous avons l'honneur de présenter 5 orateurs et oratrices inspirantes qui, chacune à leur manière, participent à bâtir un avenir progressiste. To start, I'd like to welcome to the stage Dr. Amy Hewitt Olatunde, a 6 to 12 ESL teacher for St. Paul Public Schools in Minnesota since 1999, who specializes working with English learners from newcomers to advanced. She is also a freelance writer and an adjunct professor at 4 universities teaching linguistics, multiculturalism, and advocacy. Dr. Hewitt Olatunde, welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to bring the narrative of the Twin Cities, Minneapolis, St. Paul, and Operation Metro Surge to the beautiful city of Ottawa and my home country of Canada. For 30 years, I have stood at the front of the classrooms in the Twin Cities, and I've seen generations of immigrants and refugees find their voice in the English language. I have seen the vibrancy of Humboldt High School, my high school, on the west side of St. Paul, Minnesota, a primarily Latino and Hispanic neighborhood, a school that isn't just a building, but a microcosm of St. Paul's history and its future. Our district welcomes students from over 65 different countries, and we support them with their English language acquisition and pathway to graduation, along with their native-born peers. But as we stand here in 2026, the atmosphere has fundamentally shifted. I am no longer just teaching grammar, literature, chemistry. I, along with other educators, are teaching in a triage center. Take, for example, one of my seniors, a girl who should be thinking about walking across the stage in June to get her high school diploma and dreaming of her goal to be an English as a second language teacher like myself, who has instead spent the last 60+ days effectively under house arrest. Her joy hasn't just faded, it's been stolen by an occupation that turns a walk to the bus stop into a high-stakes gamble. She questions if she should self-deport with her mom back to her native country, even though she has spent the majority of her life in the United States. Another student who is here on protected asylee status after fleeing with his family from death threats in his native country. He studies English every night. He never misses a day of school. ICE pounds on his apartment door. They wait at his little sister's bus stop. And he is no longer able to do the one thing that brings him the most joy in the world, go to school. We talk a lot in education about focus and achievement, but I am here to tell you that fear is the absolute thief of focus. How does a student complete an assignment when they are vibrating with the toxic stress of a pending separation? In St. Paul Public Schools, we have faced a crisis of nearly 7,000 empty chairs. These aren't just absences. They are 7,000 stories of trauma. 832 of those students have individualized education plans or special education supports. These are our most vulnerable learners, children who require the specific academic and emotional scaffolding that only an in-person educator can provide. When ICE agents utilize unmarked vehicles near Roosevelt High School or conduct operations during school transit hours, they aren't just enforcing a policy, they are dismantling the situation model of safety that a child needs to learn. Parents are terrified to drive. They are self-imposing house arrest to avoid a random checkpoint that could end at the detention building in downtown Minneapolis. The fear that families are facing and feeling is not only due to deportation, but the outright brutality of ICE agents. The death of many, including Renee Good and Alex Preddy, drives us to protest. It drives us to support our neighbors, our communities, and ourselves, our democracy. Educators and labor have been vital players in the resistance against this occupation. Becoming something else called constitutional observers. Our prep periods, our free periods are no longer for grading. They are for organizing grocery runs for families who cannot leave their homes, calling students to check in on them, run Google Meets to go over assignments, or create lessons that accommodate both in-person and virtual learners. They are for making sure every child has a signal network of neighbors to watch their back on the way home. We are the gatekeepers of a sanctuary that is under siege. We are seeing a city fragmented. The tension in our streets in the past 2 months echoes the unrest following the murder of George Floyd. Our identity as the welcoming Twin Cities is being tested by the surge of well over 4,000 arrests. And of those arrests, only 5% of them have been found to be violent criminals. When school districts have to issue statements just to keep federal agents off the playground, we have to ask ourselves, what kind of liberty and justice are we actually teaching? The primary goal of public education is to build a foundation for a better tomorrow, but that foundation cannot be poured into a landscape of checkpoints and unmarked cars. What has happened in the Twin Cities has taught our children that they are not equal, they are not heard, and most tragically, they are not safe. This trauma will walk with them for the rest of their lives. We want our students back. We want them to be our kids again. We must demand that our schools remain absolute sanctuaries, free from the shadow of deportation. We love these families. They are what makes America great. We will not be silent while their childhoods are traded for political headlines. What has been publicized in the international news barely scrapes the surface of what has happened, what continues to happen, and how much work it will take to rebuild what has been fractured. What I can say counter to all of the negative impacts of what 47 and his administration have attempted to do has been met with the strongest solidarity of democracy I've seen in my lifetime. Minnesotans came together to stand up, stand with, and push back against tyranny. Our cities will hold fast for democracy, protecting our immigrant and refugee neighbors, our Black and Brown neighbors, and we will not stand down. The fight for democracy is not over in Minnesota or in the United States. We will show up for as long as we need to. We will educate, we will advocate, we will elevate. Dablu doma, wachau, gracias, mahat sinid, merci beaucoup, thank you.
Thank you, Amy, for all the brave work you do down south, and we're also thankful for it and as well inspired by it. Looking beyond our borders is what this year's summit is all about, which brings me to our next dispatch. Rodien Bacom is a German social democrat and a member of the parliament of North Rhine-Westphalia. He was born in Kyiv in Ukraine, and his personal story spans migration, public service, and a strong commitment to social cohesion and resilient public institutions. Values I know that so many of us in this room live by and reflect. Please welcome Rodien.
So, good morning, everyone. I'm really glad to be here. And first, you need to know I've never spoken in front of such a large audience in Germany before. So my lovely colleagues, as I'm the youngest of our delegation, decided I can try first time abroad here in Canada in a foreign language. So if you're going to support me, we're going to survive next couple of minutes. And actually, it's my first time in Canada. And if you probably expected to see a real German the first time in your life, here I am. This is what we look like, actually. Dark eyes, dark hair. I was born abroad, as just told, and raised bilingual, sometimes a bit too direct, and constantly worried about if I have forgotten something. But there's one thing Germans all have in common. We have no sense of humor. So, but you laugh a lot, actually. But, I mean, if you're not going to laugh the next couple of minutes, it's fine, because it's part of my culture. And first of all, I'd like to thank, I've never had such a warm welcome as here in snowy Canada. And as a guest, I have to say other countries have heating, you have hospitality, and first of all, thanks for that. And since I said guest, I start thinking about neighbors or neighborhood. In Germany, we go to court actually over garden fences. So 3 centimeters can decide whether there's peace or war in a neighborhood. And you have got a different neighbor issue, so I'm not gonna complain actually. You have got a neighbor with tight ties and friendship over decades, but currently it's a little bit complicated. Hopefully just for another short period, you see I try to explain it really politely, also German style. But your neighbor actually, he doesn't argue just about defense. If you look to the Middle East, to Venezuela, your neighbor actually wants the whole house. And that's why our German delegation is actually here. The pressure on democracy is international. Hate, disinformation, and far-right extremist networks don't stop at borders, so our solidarity can't stop at borders either. In Europe, frontline isn't just a metaphor, it's really reality. Ukraine is really close to us, just 2 hours flight apart from Berlin. And there's actually another frontline runs through our screens, platforms, algorithms, disinformation. Same goal, fear, division, and distrust. But there's a front line we mention too rarely. It's our kitchen tables, actually. Group chats, birthdays, family. And that's where people decide who they trust, who belongs, and what society they are willing actually to defend. And as you heard, I was born in Kiev in 1990 and came to Germany as a Jewish Ukrainian child. And I came to the region of the river Ruhr. It's actually an industrial area, and I saw how fast prejudice grows when it gets room to breathe. And today the far right is actually becoming acceptable again, also in Germany. The AfD talks about remigration, which literally means deportation, and obviously many people here are threat in that, because it really also people that are for decades and more generations in Germany also are meant by this party. And these debates don't stay on TV, they show up actually in our families. I know that because of my father. He was a journalist in Kiev, and when we came to Germany and he applied for new jobs, new training, he faced actually racism and humiliation, and some people might get stronger because of that experience, but in his case, it turned into bitterness. He drifted to the right, he admires Vladimir Putin, and yes, he would probably vote for the AfD. It's hard for me, but it points out a political truth. We don't push back the far right only with arguments. We do it with politics that gives working families security, makes everyday life a little bit simpler, and makes dignity something people can feel. Because when everyday life is on fire, the person who lit the match shows up and screams for order. And so our answer has to be family first, as a standard, not as a slogan, and which means actually for us good childcare, good schools, affordable homes, decent work, health and elder care people actually can access, and a state that delivers. And Germany once thought it was immune against the far right because we have a promise, because the Holocaust never again. But history isn't an insurance policy, and some actually don't learn, and others really want to repeat it, and they say that out loud. So I might suggest a little plan, and it sounds easier than to transform in reality, I know, but we have to start our kitchen tables. And first thing is govern the hard issues. Yeah? Talk about fairness, about housing, migration, cost of living, because the others do. And I know it's sometimes really difficult in the Social Democratic Party to go over these issues, but we need to do it. The second point is hold the so-called Brandmauer. It's a German term you would literally translate as firewall, but metaphorically it means don't talk to the far right, don't chat with them, don't normalize them, and of course don't borrow their narratives. And if you think it's just an issue for thanks for that. If you actually think it's just an issue for conservative parties, I need to tell you, we have these discussions also in the Social Democratic Party of Germany, even it's a minority, but people think it might be a good idea just to adopt topics the far right have. But we have to look just to our neighbor in Austria. There's a small province called Burgenland. It would be translated as land of the castles. And there's a social democratic government for many years, and they decided to have a coalition with the far right, the FPO, the Nationalist Party of Austria. And they govern with them, and actually there's still a social democratic government today in this province. Now they have a coalition with the Green Party, but both Social Democrats and Greens lost and are far weaker than the last elections, and you can guess who tripled his results. It's been the nationalists, so it wasn't a really good idea, actually. And if you think, just to make it sure, yes, there are social democrats in Europe that have their governmental seats in castles, so this is a European specificity. Third thing, confront them with their narratives. They are not the people. They are not the people's voice. They actually sell lies, distrust, distraction. And actually, we thought for a long time in Germany, we just have to ignore them, call them Nazis, and the people will believe us. But I can tell you this didn't really work out. So the fourth point is invest in civic education and media literacy, especially from childhood or even from birth. I know this is a long-term strategy, but it's the best you can do. And the fifth point is renew democracy so it works and feels closer to the people and serves to the people. I mean, you all know Winston Churchill's quote that democracy is the worst of all governmental forms except all the others that have been tried before. And it's kind of truth. And don't be afraid of having visions. We used to have a social democratic chancellor in Germany, Willy Brandt. He was a friend to Ed Broadbent, actually. They both led the Socialist International. And Willy Brandt once was in the 1970s to my home region, Ruhr, and he said, I have a vision of a blue heaven above the river Ruhr. It used to be black because of the industry, obviously. And everybody was laughing at Willy Brandt, also the own people. So the chancellor who succeeded him, also Social Democrat Helmut Schmidt, said people that have visions have go to the mental doctor. And obviously, I'm a mental doctor, so you take it serious when our people say things like that. But I think you see a picture of my hometown, Mülheim, up on Ruhr, and you see a blue heaven just 50 years after Willy Brandt dreamed about it. So people who laughed about him, they don't laugh anymore. And my hometown is still an industrial town with steel production, energy production, yes, also defense production. So don't be afraid of having those visions. And so I know this plan is not that easy. It takes time and patience, no panic. And this front line doesn't stop at borders or families. We need to defend our kitchen tables. Hate and fear is international, so our solidarity has to be international too. Thank you for listening to me, and keep standing together.
Thank you. Thank you, Rodien. Solidarity does have to be international. Thinking beyond our borders is both a privilege and a reality for Canada's working class, and our next dispatch will remind us why. Sayed Hassan is the Executive Director of the Migrant Workers Alliance for Change, a democratic organization of migrants, including farm workers, domestic workers, and migrant students. For the last 15 years, Hassan has been part of successful pushes to win rights and dignity for migrants, including winning Canada's first sanctuary city policy in Toronto, coordinating hunger strikes by people in immigration centers, and changes to the Canada's medical inadmissibility laws and numerous provincial laws. Hassan was also a key organizer behind last year's Draw the Line Day of Action, which saw thousands of Canadians take to the streets to demand climate and migrant justice. Hassan, welcome.
Good morning. I want to begin by acknowledging that we are on the lands of the Anishinaabe Algonquin people, lands that still breathe, still strive for freedom. And as we speak about democracy, let us be clear, we cannot have democracy in a place whose past and ongoing trajectory is colonialism. My name is Hassan. My grandparents, my parents, and I have been forced to move through borders as refugees, migrant workers, as undocumented people, always in search of dignity. And what I want to say to you is that immigration is the defining question of our time, not just in the United States, but also right here in Canada. The management of borders, the decisions about who is deportable, who is scapegoated, who is most exploited to make the richest richer, shapes the economy, care, food, labor, work, and every issue each and every one of you care about. I'm going to use healthcare as an example to explain this, but when I say healthcare, just replace it with the issue that you are working on. The top concern around healthcare right now is what? Privatization. A system where your ability to get care depends on your ability to pay. But here's the thing. Migrants without permanent immigration status, and there are millions of us in this country, have already been locked out and always been locked out of the public system. We pay out of pocket, thank you. We get sicker because we can't afford care. And because so many of us have no public option, we are forced into a private system and a private insurance system that grows rich by extracting from our sickness. And as migrants pay into the public system, we are also locked out. We pay through sales taxes, through EI, through CPP, through rent. The hospitals that turn migrants away are funded by migrants. The safety net in this country is underwritten by the perpetually exploited. Canada is in a welfare state. It is not a welfare state generous to migrants. It is a capitalist state that can afford welfare programs through and because of migrants. And as we speak about healthcare, we have to understand that the healthcare system is premised on migrant labor. That labor will be needed more as the population ages. We work in long-term care, as orderlies, in food service, as PSWs and patient aides. We are the care economy. And at the same time as migrants are the backbone of this system, we are its scapegoat. Today, in a global recession, The working class, our communities are being squeezed in every direction. And the oldest tool in the book to manage that squeeze is to divide us, to redirect the anger and the rage away from the CEOs, the billionaires, the 1%, and the politicians, and to direct it at the most precarious people in the country. When working class people are told that migrants are responsible for low wages, for high housing prices, for unaffordable groceries, and when that line becomes common sense, replicated again and again, including by many of us, then the public will not fight for real solutions. The public will not fight with you, and governments won't deliver justice either. This is why Trump's entire project is organized around attacks on migrants. This is why 5 out of the 8 questions on the Alberta referendum are about immigration. This is why Carney's first major law, Bill C-12, gives the government to cancel immigration permits for entire groups of people when deemed expedient. That deportation machine, Bill C-12, which would make Trump jealous, could become a law next week. Now, I know that we have watched in horror. I saw how you reacted to the speech just now about immigration enforcement in the US, which has kidnapped families and killed people. So let's be clear. Trump has forced the self-deportation of 1.9 million people. But the US is 10 times Canada's size. In that same time period, Canada pushed out at least 1 million migrants. In proportional terms, Canada in the last year deported 10 times more people than Trump did, and this is something almost none of you know about. 3,000 plus people have been pushed out of our communities. 3,000 employers have lost jobs. 3,000 people have lost friends every day over the last 365 days through a mass deportation machine. And when you remove 1 million people, you shrink the workforce, you lower demand, fewer workers, fewer producers, fewer consumers. Canada's GDP has actually dropped 3 percentage points from 4.7% to 1.7% in recent years, in large part because of our changes to immigration. This affects you. The overall reduction to the tax revenue system in Canada because of changes to immigration is $50 billion. That's 2.5 times the size of Toronto's annual operating budget. This affects you. And with a squalor economy, the government justifies cuts. Carney is already backtracking on pharmacare. There are service cuts and job layoffs. Transit is under attack. Childcare has not been funded. We have to understand what is happening here. Today, there are over 2.4 million people in Canada without permanent resident status. 1 in 17 people in the total population are non-permanent residents. In major cities, that number is closer to 1 in 6. How many of you know a migrant? How many unions are made up of migrants? How many of our communities must organize to defend and support migrants today? Because without permanent resident status, we can't access the same rights, the same services, or protections, even as we are essential. We are essential and made disposable. We are underwriting the system and we are locked out of it. We sustain the communities that are scapegoating us. For non-migrants, understanding and acting on migration is not about solidarity. It is a strategic necessity. And because migration is the fault line, as I have tried to explain to you, the migrant justice movement knew Carney's election would bring more attacks. Not just on migrants, but on everyone. This is why we joined with labor unions, with climate organizations, with indigenous groups, and anti-war and Palestine solidarity movements to draw a line just after his election. Because they always start with migrants, but they are coming for all of us. And as migrants, from our grandparents to all the generations before us, we know what it is to fight back. So fight with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Hassan, for your powerful words and your important organizing. Now, as I said earlier, I've been with Progress Toronto for several years, but that's not the only part of my organizing story. En fait, j'ai vécu 3 ans à Montréal où j'ai appris l'importance et la force du mouvement syndical québécois. Notre prochain orateur vient de ce milieu. Guillaume Lavoie est un avocat à la Fédération des travailleurs et travailleuses du Québec. He holds a master's degree in labor law and has been a member of the bar since 2011. À côté de son travail comme avocat, il enseigne Guillaume, la scène est à vous.
Bonjour à tous. Merci aux organisateurs pour l'invitation. C'est moi qui est responsable pour la traduction simultanée ce matin, donc je vais vous laisser un instant pour mettre vos écouteurs. On m'a demandé de vous parler ce matin des attaques menées par le gouvernement du Québec, par la coalition Avenir Québec, contre les droits des syndicats, contre les droits du mouvement ouvrier. En 2025, il y a 2 projets de loi qui ont été mis sur la table par ce gouvernement qui viennent attaquer frontalement les droits fondamentaux des syndicats. Un premier projet de loi qui est une attaque sur notre liberté d'association, et un second projet de loi qui est une attaque sur notre liberté d'expression, une attaque sur le principe de la formule Rennes et surtout une attaque sur le principe de démocratie syndicale. Il faut comprendre que ces attaques se situent dans un contexte plus large où le gouvernement de la coalition Avenir Québec a mis sur la table un projet de loi de constitution qui porte également atteinte au principe de contre-pouvoir dans la société, qui est et ce qui a amené le barreau du Québec à décrier ce projet de loi et ces projets de loi comme une atteinte à la primauté du droit, un effritement de l'État de droit, qui est évidemment, comme vous le savez, un des piliers de notre société démocratique. Il faut aussi comprendre que ces attaques font partie d'une stratégie électorale plus large. Je vais y revenir dans quelques instants. Alors, que font ces projets de loi? Le premier projet de loi 89, est une tentative de redéfinir les services essentiels. C'est une attaque contre les gains qui ont été faits, notamment par la Fédération des travailleurs de Saskatchewan, dans un célèbre arrêt de 2015. On tente de redéfinir et de réduire la portée des services essentiels dans ce projet de loi-là. Lors de l'étude du projet de loi, le ministre, et d'ailleurs vous avez à l'écran notre présidente, Magali Picard, présidente de la Fédération des travailleurs et travailleuses du Québec, et celle-ci se trouve face à face avec le ministre actuel du Travail, Jean Boulet, lors de l'étude du projet de loi 89. Et ce projet de loi, donc, le ministre Boulet a répété pendant la présentation du projet de loi que ce serait exceptionnel, qu'il ne l'utiliserait pas. Eh bien, on a eu une première utilisation, un premier décret qui vise à attaquer une grève d'éducatrices au Saguenay. Projet de loi, un décret qui a été passé au début du mois de février. Donc, des éducatrices qui sont en grève depuis le mois d'octobre. Et je vous laisse deviner, l'effet qu'on décriait, l'effet qu'on pressentait de ce projet de loi-là, s'est réalisé. L'employeur ne s'est pas assis une seule fois à la table de négociation depuis le mois de novembre, puisqu'il a plutôt mis son énergie à mettre de la pression auprès du ministre pour obtenir un décret pour mettre fin à la grève. Le deuxième projet de loi, et dans ce projet de loi également, le ministre s'est arrogé un pouvoir similaire à celui qui existe dans le Code canadien du travail, à l'article 107. D'ailleurs, je crois que vous allez avoir une présentation un peu plus tard des travailleuses d'Air Canada, mais je vais en profiter pour lever mon chapeau immédiatement à la formidable lutte qui a été faite par les travailleuses d'Air Canada et par QP au courant de l'été. Le deuxième projet de loi 3, qui devrait entrer en vigueur dans les prochaines semaines, c'est un projet de loi qui s'inspire de ce qui a été fait en Alberta en 2022. C'est une ingérence dans la démocratie syndicale et surtout une limite de notre droit à ester devant les tribunaux, une limite d'avoir recours aux tribunaux pour défendre nos droits fondamentaux et les droits fondamentaux de nos membres, et également une limite à participer aux mouvements sociaux de nature politique. Et là, je cite la loi. Comment est-ce que le projet de loi s'y prend? Bien, le projet de loi va créer, c'est une attaque contre la formule Rennes, le projet de loi va créer la notion de cotisation facultative, donc va rendre une partie des cotisations des membres facultatives. Comment est-ce que la FTQ et le mouvement syndical québécois ont réagi à ces attaques? Bien, évidemment, par des mobilisations. Bon, je passerai de mots, je ne parlerai pas ce matin des recours judiciaires qui sont évidemment prévus, ce n'est pas ça qui est important. On a organisé la FTQ avec les 9 organisations principales de syndicats du Québec, a organisé en l'espace de 3 semaines, lors du dépôt du projet de loi 3, une manifestation qui s'est tenue le 29 novembre à Montréal et qui a regroupé 50 000 personnes. Je crois que vous allez avoir une illustration de cette manifestation. Et il y a plusieurs actions de désobéissance civile qui sont prévues et qui ont été tenues dans la dernière année. Et je vais revenir à la stratégie électorale dont je vous parlais donc. 2026, c'est une année électorale pour le Québec. Le gouvernement de François Legault a énoncé que sa stratégie électorale était notamment d'attaquer les droits des travailleurs, et pas seulement les droits des travailleurs, les droits des personnes migrantes également sont visés par le gouvernement de François Legault. Et je suis content de pouvoir vous dire ce matin qu'à l'heure où on se parle, cette stratégie électorale n'a pas encore porté fruit, puisque, et j'ai vérifié encore en me levant, si les intentions de vote, si les élections avaient lieu aujourd'hui, selon les intentions de vote, le gouvernement de la coalition Avenir Québec récolterait 0 député. Donc, ce n'est pas une stratégie gagnante. Nous, d'ici les prochaines élections, on va rencontrer l'ensemble des députés d'opposition, on va rencontrer tous les candidats pour obtenir des engagements de la part des partis politiques, mais je peux tout de suite vous dire qu'il n'y aura pas de députés de la coalition Avenir Québec qui seront rencontrés. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Guillaume. Our final dispatch comes to us from the other side of the country, British Columbia, where she is Press Progress's associate editor. Ramnik Johal has uncovered breaking stories on systemic inequality, workers and communities, as well as racism and far-right extremism. Ramnik, the floor is yours.
And I am the Associate Editor and BC Reporter at Press Progress. For those who may not know what we do at Press Progress, we are a team of journalists who look into important issues that often go unreported by big corporate media outlets, holding Canada's rich and powerful accountable and shining a light on hate and bigotry. I think if you ask any bright-eyed journalism student, like I was once upon a time, they'll tell you they want to create positive change. They want to give voice and platform to people with stories to tell, and they want to challenge existing power structures. Now, flash forward X amount of years, we don't need to say how many, and I realized that the barriers to achieving this goal of protecting and advancing democracy through journalism aren't just challenges that come with the job, but are in many cases overt, aggressive, and designed to silence. Some of the reporting I've done has been telling stories of a community to which I belong, the Sikh Canadian community, which has long been mischaracterized, stereotyped, spoken for and not spoken to, and for the most part left at the margins of Canadian mainstream society and media. This work taught me the value and importance of having diverse newsrooms to address issues within communities that aren't given the same platform as others. Community testimony and lived experience is never considered enough on its own. This adversely impacts communities of color, and this is something I've seen firsthand. When we think of the concept of defending democracies across borders, sometimes we as Canadians, even within the media, take for granted the fact that Canadians who are immigrants or children of immigrants are often impacted by what happens outside of our own borders. Some of the reporting I've done highlights the threats to democracy and civil liberties of Sikh Canadians who have repeatedly come under threat by the government of India. India has targeted Canadian Sikh citizens for their activism, but in some cases simply just for their Sikh identity. I've covered human rights violations, disinformation and misinformation campaigns, and the suppression of Sikh voices on social media. I've reported on our own government maintaining economic ties with India against the backdrop of repeated attacks and threats on the Sikh community, which we saw from Carney's trip to India just this past week. Our own intelligence agencies have provided information demonstrating ongoing foreign interference by India spanning decades. Canadian Sikhs are fearful of returning to their ancestral homelands because of these threats. In some cases, people are unable to get visas to return home due to their profession, their activism, or even previous criticism of the government of India. Meanwhile, the Indian government remains hostile to the media in and outside of their country. The media is often required to toe the line, peddling pro-government propaganda for fear of retribution. It begs the question, if journalists can't do their jobs freely, what precedent does that set for democracy? Within our own borders, this work is also under threat. As journalists, particularly for myself as a female journalist of color, targeted threats and harassment have become part and parcel of the job. I've had threats, people telling me to watch what's going to happen to me for my reporting, people calling me a foreigner despite the fact that I was born in Canada. I've experienced targeted and coordinated online harassment, and of course, the threat of frivolous lawsuits. Threats like this are meant to intimidate. They're meant to scare us into silence. Threats like these come when we challenge the status quo, when you threaten powerful or wealthy elites, and sometimes when people just don't like what you have to say. Press Progress is currently at the center of what could be one of the biggest and longest and most expensive media trials in Canadian history, brought forward against us and other trusted news organizations by a former candidate of Jason Kenney's UCP party in Alberta. The verdict could set chilling and long-lasting precedents for press freedoms and democracy in Canada. It also sends the message to wealthy, powerful elites that we are trying to hold accountable with our journalism that silencing your critics isn't just possible, it's fair game. This is extremely dangerous. The work we do at Press Progress is important. The work we do within communities and empowering communities is important. If this work is stopped, if this work is silenced, it's not just bad for our country, it's bad for democracy. The threats we see in far-right governments outside of our own borders are being replicated using the same tactics within our own. It's why it's so important that journalism doesn't have a narrow lens on what is considered news or whose stories are considered newsworthy. So would I go back and tell bright-eyed Ramneek ready to pursue journalism, to protect democracy, empower folks on the margins, and fight for the greater good? It's that achieving the positive change I once dreamed of isn't a one-person job. And thank goodness for that. We hope you'll join us in our fight, because despite the chorus of forces that may work to silence us, I'd like to go on the record and say, it's just not that easy to shut us up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramneek, and thanks again to our incredible speakers. Your stories ground us and guide us as we navigate this moment and build what comes next. We'll now take a quick coffee break. Emphasis on quick. We are running a little bit behind on schedule. Coffee is available outside these doors and in the lobby and was made possible thanks to our generous coffee break sponsors, Point Blank, the Canadian Federation of Nurses Union, UA Local 46, and TCEU 416. Before you run off, I'll quickly add that if you want to learn more about Press Progress's important work, you can meet their journalists at the Press Progress booth over the next 2 days. While this coffee break is going on, Labor reporter Emma Arkell will be at the booth where you can sign up for her newsletter, Shift Work, a monthly roundup of Canada's labor news. Ramneek will also be back at the booth later today for the afternoon coffee break. So stretch your legs, refill that coffee, and we'll see you back here very soon for our first keynote and panel, Defending Democracy Across Borders. Thank you.
Cross borders. Please join me in welcoming our guest, David Adler.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you are enjoying your coffee. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm very excited, in the name of our Progressive International, my first time here in Ottawa, to be delivering this keynote speech for you all and bringing some energy to the hall. So, last month, one of the leading lights of the U.S. progressive movement, someone you may know, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, traveled to Munich, to Germany, to issue a very grave warning about the state of global democracy and the threats against it. From Orban to Trump, she said, the rise of far-right movements transcends borders. So too should our international defense. It's time to take off the gloves and fight for our future. Now today I want to start with a few questions. What does it mean to take AOC's warning seriously? What does it mean to mount a defense of our democracies across borders? From whom are we defending it, and how? Now, the answer to these questions we find frequently in the pages of our newspapers. It's the demagogue, it's the billionaire, it's the misogynistic influencer, it's the provocateur, it's the cacique, it's the strongman. And there's no doubt that they're winning. There's no doubt that we are losing the war against those cretinous figures of the far right. They're gaining ground in Europe, they're gaining ground in the Americas, they're gaining ground here in Canada. But what if this standard account is wrong? What if in our scramble to defend democracy across the world, we're like drunks under the lamppost, searching around, looking at memes and viral posts and personalities, while we're missing the real network of reactionary power that sits just outside the light? Now, my colleagues and I have a name for that network. We call it the Reactionary International. By that, we don't mean some secret cabal of conspirators smoking cigars in a dark room in a dark corner, although those rooms do exist, I can confirm. We mean something fundamentally more serious and fundamentally more structural. A global infrastructure that relies not just on politicians, but their corporate enablers, their technological apparatus, their financial architecture, their ideological networks, their religious crusades, their legal strategies, and the rules that they have written directly in black and white into the institutions of the international order. And my argument today is that this is a system, sophisticated, efficient, and effective. And to defend our democracies across borders, we must not only make sense of it together, we must dismantle it. So let's start by taking a look at our phones. I love my phone. I'm sure many of you love your phone too. It's my girlfriend, it's my best friends, it's really everything. I love her so much. But, you know, as many of you know, I was in an Israeli prison fairly recently. I'm sure that they're listening to me right now and tracking everything that I'm doing. I mean, I have an idea, but who knows? Who really knows what's happening on this thing? What they're tracking, what they're selling? What is, I mean, this is an Apple product. And we have no idea how this little companion shapes our individual lives, let alone collectively shapes our political structure. Something as intimate as a cell phone. And there's no doubt that the influence of these little devices is pervasive through disinformation that courses through the veins of our collective and deliberative space, algorithmic manipulation that affects our discourse, repression and censorship, the atomization of our communities and the addiction of young people to their screens, the illiterization of our societies, the surveillance infrastructure that once required a secret police and now can fit on a server rack. And yet we know remarkably little about the firms that work in this space. As progressives, it's a massive lacuna of our political energies. So let's start with an example. Who here, raise your hand if you can confidently explain to me what Palantir does. Right, me neither, so I looked it up. Palantir builds data integration and analytics platforms used by governments, intelligence services, police forces, and corporations. Its tools aggregate enormous data sets from social media activity to financial transactions and generate predictive insights. As of 2025, Palantir is recognized as a pre-approved AI vendor for the Canadian government. All right, so let's just think about that collectively here. Critical public functions, I would argue the most critical public functions. migration management, law enforcement analytics, health systems optimization are increasingly mediated through proprietary systems developed by truly evil corporate private actors whose code is shielded entirely from public scrutiny. And Canada is not unique. Europe, North America, beyond, digital infrastructure, we're talking cloud services, data storage, AI capabilities, is concentrated in a handful of corporations headquartered in an even smaller handful of countries. These are not just privacy questions, although we should not ignore privacy questions as fundamental to our citizenship. These are the foundational questions of our democracies. I'll just give one example from my work. I recently was in Spain. I've been working a lot in Spain, God bless Spain. And they've been doing heroic work on trying to stand up for the rights of the Palestinian people amid a horrific genocide against them by the State of Israel. And they told me very honestly that during the highest point of geopolitical tensions in the unfolding of this genocide, this assault on Gaza, they wanted to do more. They were preparing a really ambitious diplomatic approach, cutting off their ports, taking into their courts, going after the United States and Israel. And at the last minute, they pulled back from this diplomatic offensive. At the last minute, they just couldn't jump over the line. Now, why is that? Is Madrid afraid that Washington will rain bombs on Spain? No. They're afraid that the U.S. will weaponize this technological infrastructure against them. The digital systems powering public administration, communications, and security are so deeply entwined with U.S.-controlled firms that the possibility of meaningful accountability to their own citizens, let alone the people of Palestine, seem genuinely to them like a fantasy. And if democracy across borders depends on the ability of our elected governments to act in public interest, then control over digital infrastructure is really just not a technical question. It is a foundational question for our democracies. Who knows this? The Reactionary International knows this well. They invest in technological ecosystems. They cultivate alliances with tech magnates, many of whom we saw at Trump's administration. And they use platforms to shape narratives, suppress dissent, and entrench power. And my argument is that if we confine our analysis to our concern for viral posts, we're going to miss all that. We're going to miss that infrastructure. And technology is really just one dimension of this. Many of you will remember, maybe young people are too young for this. God damn, I'm getting old, but many of you will remember the Panama Papers. This was just 10 years ago. For those of you who don't remember, in 2016, journalists revealed an enormous offshore network of shell companies, secrecy jurisdictions, and concealed wealth. Everyone was implicated, everyone. Politicians, oligarchs, corporations, they all were operating within a parallel financial system designed to shield assets from taxation and democratic accountability. And there was in that moment, maybe it was 3 months, a brief moment of tremendous outrage. And then no one gave a fuck. And no one ever bothered to go back to the question of the Panama Papers again. But this illicit system of dark finance didn't go anywhere. On the contrary, it exploded. Tax Justice Network 2024, countries are losing $492 billion in tax revenue every year to offshore abuse. Gabe Zuckman at Berkeley, 10% of global household wealth is held offshore. This is not just like an archipelago of tax evasion, although that's very bad. It's a critical instrument of the Reactionary International. Offshore structures allow wealth to exit democratic jurisdiction instantly. Dark money flows across borders, fund political campaigns in ways we do not have any idea how. Laws are evaded through ownership that defeat the most determined investigators that we elect. And the disciplinary logic of that archipelago, of that illicit system of finance, is also straightforwardly anti-democratic. When wealth can flee instantly, governments are disciplined before they can act. Propose a wealth tax, investors threaten to withdraw. Regulate fossil fuels, arbitration claims materialize. Democracy simply can't deliver for the working class if its fiscal base is perpetually hollowed out. And yet, really, I ask you, how much time, how much energy do we spend investing in mapping that system? We debate deficits, spending levels, inflation, but we rarely devote commensurate energy to the hundreds of billions lost offshore each year, assets structurally beyond democratic reach. That asymmetry of attention, I would argue, is itself a political choice, and it's one that works in favor of the Reactionary International. But sure, sometimes this Reactionary International works in darkness. They work in the shadows in this archipelago of illicit finance. Sometimes they work in the light. Sometimes their rules and reasons are written in black and white into the institutions of the international order. Let's take trade. Trade agreements lock countries, poor countries in particular, into horrifically exploitative and extractive terms and conditions. Investor-state dispute settlement mechanisms, don't want to get too technical here, ISDS, are mechanisms through which corporations can sue states for the crime of providing for their citizens. Minimum wages, environmental regulations. And by the end of 2023, governments, particularly in the Global South, had paid over $113 billion to investors through ISDS, the vast majority to fossil fuel interests, the single most litigious industry in this whole system, with about $600 million on average per case. Canada, for its part, has criticized the IS system as an abrogation of sovereignty, and yet its corporations, your corporations, continue to pursue it abroad. They continue to litigate against poor countries for raising minimum wages or phasing out fossil fuels or protecting a community from extractive and horrifically disastrous mining project, for example. Now, this makes sense. The rules of global trade and finance were written at a particular historical moment, one that systematically privileged capital mobility over democratic autonomy, and one that privileged intellectual property over the needs of our citizens. We all remember the COVID-19 pandemic. I would go as far as to call the COVID-19 pandemic a genocide against the peoples of the Global South, in service of what? Pharmaceutical profits in the Global North. Why did we let millions of people die before we allowed for the diffusion of critical vaccine technology? Because a few pharmaceutical corporations in Germany, Switzerland, and the United States wanted to get rich. These are fundamental democratic questions. They're not just fancy talk. Consider this provocation. Javier Milei. We all know who Javier Milei is? Psychotic anarcho-capitalist in Argentina, illiterate, crazed person, right? Javier Milei would not be president of Argentina without the International Monetary Fund and the US Treasury that controls it. He simply wouldn't be. Let's recap the story quickly. In 2018, in Trump 1, the United States approved the largest loan in the history of the IMF, illegal by its own bylaws, as a way of bolstering the re-election prospects for Mr. Macri, then president, and unleashed a debt crisis that Argentina really had never even seen in its history. They created the Argentine economy, and they created severe constraints for the progressive government that came into power afterward. They couldn't legislate on behalf of workers, on behalf of communities. Inflation surged, living standards deteriorated, disillusionment deepened, and that disillusionment created fertile ground for a candidate who promised to take a chainsaw to the state. And now, in Trump 2, in the second Trump administration, he's handed out Javier Milei $20 billion for free, just to bolster his own electoral prospects in a flailing government that has failed to take care of its people. Now, the point isn't to deny political agency for our parties or our people or our political forces around the world. And as progressives, we need to be ceaselessly, ruthlessly critical of our own failings, of which there are many. But the point is that the international financial infrastructure profoundly shapes local, domestic political possibility. Or, as a German finance minister once told my old boss and friend Yanis Varoufakis, elections cannot be allowed to change economic policy. And the Reaction International thrives in that democratic deficit. Now, the German dogma about austerity brings me to another front in this struggle, a front where we're really losing, one that's simultaneously more visible and yet more difficult to grasp, the ideological conflict. An ideology I hear not in a scary 20th century way, just the structure of public debate that determines the scope of political possibility. Media consolidation has accelerated rapidly. In the United States, roughly 55 million people have limited or no access to local news, while just 10 companies control a quarter of all US American newspapers, several of them owned by just a few private equity corporations. This is fundamental for our democracies as well. Narratives, as we know, migrate across borders. Climate denial in one place morphs into an attack on net zero policy in another. Religious conservatism travels through transnational networks that connect evangelical churches in Brazil with conservative think tanks in Washington and far-right parties in Budapest. The Reactionary International invests heavily in this architecture, in think tanks, in media outlets, in cultural institutions, in religious networks. It frames democratic redistribution as tyranny, recasts pluralism as decadence, and claims to defend national sovereignty, even as that relies on transnational capital and coordination to do so. So what does this demand of all of us? My good friend Jen Hassam asked me to come here and speak about defending democracy across borders. How do we do this? My argument to you all is that our task is twofold, and both halves are essential. The first imperative, as AOC articulated in Munich, is to make democracies work for ordinary people. That's what Jen spoke about this morning. We must simply deliver for them. Decent wages, affordable housing, stronger trade unions, accessible healthcare, education that empowers rather than illiteralizes, accessible transportation. If democracy does not materially improve the lives of the working class, of the lives of the people it strives to serve, it will simply lose its legitimacy, and God knows that that loss of legitimacy is an instrument for the reactionary international. But, and this is really crucial, my argument today, democracy cannot deliver under conditions of structural dependency, of subjugation, of capture, and corruption of our political systems. The infrastructure of the reactionary international actively prevents effective delivery by our democracies, which is why our second task must be to dismantle that infrastructure and to do so internationally. That means reforming international finance so countries do not remain trapped in permanent austerity, closing the offshore system that drains billions from public revenues, rewriting trade agreements to prioritize labor, environment, and democratic policy space, democratizing technology through public infrastructure investment and genuine algorithmic transparency. I could go on, just a few of the small tasks that lie ahead of us. This is concrete institutional work, and it rests on a genuine possibility. This architecture was built by human hands, and it can be dismantled in that same way. Because we need to be honest with ourselves. We're losing this fight, while Trump and his buddies are winning it. Day by day, they set about rewriting the rules of international engagement, launching new wars and threatening new invasions across the hemisphere and around the world. So our challenge isn't just to take off the gloves and fight. It's also to be rigorous about how we do so and to hit them where it really hurts. A very common refrain over the past decades has been to think globally and to act locally, to have a conscience of what's going on in the world, but to really focus on what we're doing here at home. And my point to you today is that to deliver on defending democracy across borders, we need to do the exact opposite. We need to think locally about the disarticulation of our communities, their disempowerment, the destruction of our jobs, all the anger that's been inflamed, enacted by this system on our friends and neighbors and colleagues and comrades. Think locally and act globally, linking together with all the political forces here, those who will join me on the panel and so many more across the world. We need to be thinking globally about these local crises, but working together to dismantle the transnational network that causes them. That is how we make solidarity more than a slogan. And that's how we're going to win a better world along the way. Thank you so much. I'm delighted this morning to be joined by three special guests as part of this panel, and I want to invite a healthy, hearty applause for them as they join me on the stage. Friedrich Boll is Head of Strategic Planning for the Social Democratic Party of Germany, the SPD. Welcome, Friedrich. José Luis Granado Ceja is a journalist based in Mexico City, where he is head of the Latin American desk for Dropsite News. José Luis, welcome to the stage. And Jennifer Peterson is a Broadbent Leadership Fellow and Senior Policy Advisor to the NDP Foreign Affairs Critic. Welcome, Jen. Democracies to defeat and triumph over some of the most fundamental institutions or rights that once pertained to our people. So how should we understand the kind of root causes of democratic decline? And then once we cover that simple issue, we can move on to prescriptions for how we might redress it. Let's start with Friederike. Thank you so much for joining us. How do you see, in terms of the diagnosis, what is actually menacing our democracies across borders?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me here. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Social Democratic Party in Germany. And I think I haven't spoken to such an English-speaking and French-speaking audience before. So excuse my English, I hope that you will understand me. And yes, and thanks for the question actually, because we have the same discussion in Germany and in whole Europe, because democracy is under pressure. And I brought some if sentence with me. Because these are like if sentences which we discuss also in Germany. This is like daily life right now in Germany. So if the train doesn't arrive on time, if inequality keeps rising while the top 3% accumulate ever more wealth, if you work for 45 years and still cannot afford a dignified retirement, if toilets fall off the walls, public schools, what do you think people do? And in Germany, what they do is right now voting for right-wing parties. And we see that like we have struggling organizing daily life. And public good is not working well. And I'm talking about Germany. Railway companies not working. All the things which were expected to work in Germany doesn't work right now. That's the impression of many, many people. And if we look now at the international level, to look not only at the daily life experience, we're also facing global disruption, which have a lot of consequences also for Germans. We talked already about the war in Ukraine. My colleague from Germany mentioned it's 2 hours flight away from us. We see actually that China also increasingly shows its authoritarian economy ambitions. I don't have to talk about the United Nations, about the United States. You know that better than we do. And we have a new war in Iran. So actually fear and insecurity are also growing. And when I look at my life, I grew up in the 80s and 90s. I would say that I grew up in a liberal era. I was actually raised by the belief in a strong European Union, where prosperity was guaranteed, equal rights for everybody was a goal where I thought when I was young that we will achieve that. And I believe in the rule of law. I believed in multilateralism. This was what I was taught in school, actually. And what we see right now is that we have dangerous forces who are attacking all these things and all these values. And they actually have a new playbook right now. So we see that the right wing actually deny election results. They flood the public sphere with disinformation. They're not interested in democratic debate anymore. And this is all working hand in hand with the concentration of economic and communicative power. So we are witnessing actually a really dangerous shift. And at the same time, what is happening over the last years in Germany is that our public investment in infrastructure, public services actually went down. And you can imagine where frustration grows, anti-democratic forces step in. And this is actually what we see right now in Germany.
José Luis, we've moved from Europe to Latin America, and I'm sure we'll get into the differences between the Mexican case that I think has inspired many people here in the room, and its relationship to the broader assault on democracy across the rest of the continent. When you think about the questions, look across the many issues that Friederike has outlined, how do you see those playing out in Latin America, and what should we know about the threats to democracy as they pertain in the south of the world, as they compare perhaps with many of the country contexts in the global north that are represented in the room?
Yeah, buenos días. Good morning. which is that I'm going to speak of the experience of Mexico. And very much, for those of you who are not familiar, Mexico lived a 70-year one-party dictatorship, and there was a sort of democratic transition that started with an alternation in power in the year 2000, but essentially very little change despite a change at the presidency in terms of what party was in power. Here in Mexico, we understand it to be the neoliberal period. We call it the PRIAN, the PRI and the PAN parties, both center-right, right-wing parties that essentially had a democratic mandate but didn't have any real democratic convictions. And similarly, I think before 2018, before the election of kind of an outsider, of Andrés Manuel López Obrador and his movement, the Fourth Transformation of Mexico, Morena, the political party, where you had a system that things felt just as broken, you know, where it felt like, despite the fact that you live in a nominally democratic country, that those systems, those institutions weren't actually delivering results. And I actually come today to you wanting to deliver a very optimistic message, because I think if people think about the need to defend democracy and the importance of it as an instrument to actually materially transform people's lives, one of the greatest examples is right here in our own neighborhood, on our continent, in North America, in Mexico. And it's incredible to see how much that has actually renewed people's faith in democratic systems in Mexico. Whereas before, there was across-the-board dissatisfaction, no matter your class, your ethnicity, if you belong to indigenous population in Mexico, of just disappointment, extreme disappointment in the political system, until this transformation that began in 2018 is now being continued with Andrés Manuel López Obrador's successor, Claudia Sheinbaum. And to answer the question more specifically, what I would say is that when you look at the right in Mexico, but broadly in Latin America, they don't have democratic convictions. They are not actually willing to concede that there are popular, progressive forces with a different ideological, with a different vision of the political economy of their country. And that tends to lead them, and we've seen it in cases throughout the continent, but certainly in the case of Mexico, where they begin to flirt with non-democratic means of affecting change. You see, I think in the case of Mexico, the coziness of certain right-wing forces with Donald Trump, with the global reactionary right, to try to see if these kinds of alliances can allow them to have some space in terms of the public discourse. Because the truth is, certainly in the case of Mexico, that when you actually do deliver, and just very quickly, I'll talk about some of the things they've done, doubling the minimum wage in real terms, strengthening the labor rights and systems for unionization, for massive social spending that isn't means tested, you know, universal pensions for seniors, programs for disabled students, opportunities, training programs for young people, just social investments.
Viva!
The kind of thing that is possible everywhere. You know, what I would kind of the way I would summarize it, out of the ashes of neoliberalism in Mexico, Mexico is trying to build a welfare state, and successfully so. So much so that these right-wing forces are virtually completely marginalized. In the last election, Claudia Sheinbaum won with a massive mandate, the largest mandate in the history of Mexico, and won a supermajority in the Congress, which allows Morena and its allies to pass constitutional amendments without having to negotiate with the opposition. I mean, that means that they are quite literally transforming, through the existing democratic structure, a revolutionary new kind of system. And that is making the right wing so isolated, so marginalized, that they are turning to non-democratic means. And I'll close with this. Not too long ago, we saw very violent protests in Mexico City, where groups of mostly young people, and I've been a left-wing activist, I've been on the front lines, I've been tear-gassed, I've been hit with batons, I've experienced it all, who were there not because they believe in a diversity of tactics or that this is you know, a legitimate means of expressing their discontent, but because they were being paid to be there, essentially. They were being manipulated to be there, to sow unrest, to, as we say in Spanish, calentar las calles, right? To kind of create a situation of destabilization to try to undermine a government that does have an incredibly strong democratic mandate and is delivering on that mandate. Now, that episode ultimately did not turn into a broader movement of violent street protests, thankfully. But that doesn't mean that the same forces that were behind these kinds of violent protests are going to abandon their intentions, their willingness to engage in all means of protest and political agitation, because they are still convinced that what's happening in Mexico is an aberration, that things will go back to normal, to the old system. And I don't think that's the case, but they're going to continue, and they're going to look for allies internationally, which is why it's so important that we are here together here in Canada. I've had a lot of conversations with people here at this conference about the fact that in a lot of ways the Canada-US relationship mirrors the Mexico-US relationship, and the better we understand each other, the more we're going to be able to learn from each other in terms of how to actually leverage the democratic spaces that we do have into material improvements for the working classes of our respective countries.
Which is that it's harder for us to build than it is for the right to destroy. And I wonder, yeah, it's just, sure, yeah. But we're here, and you know, Jennifer, you're on the stage as a representative of the Canadian experience of this crisis of democratic confidence, trust, and institutions. How do you see that asymmetry playing out in Canada? How do you see the threats arrayed against democratic institutions domestically? And perhaps also, how do you see Canada's role in the world as either bolstering or undermining some of the democratic institutions that are cherished across continents such as Latin America, Africa, and beyond?
Yeah, thank you for that. Merci beaucoup pour l'invitation. How they're going to pay their bills, there's the housing crisis, our public institutions are in decline, people are waiting for many hours in the ER, and there's a real kind of mistrust of public services and all these cuts that are coming from successive conservative and liberal governments. Canada doesn't have the same role in the world that it used to, obviously. I think especially under Carney, we're seeing a massive departure from commitment to international law and human rights, such that it was before, which wasn't even that strong. And I think that that's having a real impact on how we're seeing ourselves in the world and on Canada's ability to even make any kind of positive difference, right? So if we think about even in the past couple of months alone, when we see how we have reacted in such a lackluster way to Venezuela, to Cuba, the Palestinian genocide is ongoing, and Canada has done absolutely nothing to end that. When we see Canada's reaction to the attacks on Iran last week, right? Like, we're just in a place where we're a very weak actor on the international stage, and we contributed to the decline of international law. When we think about Prime Minister Carney's Davos speech, right, a few weeks ago, and he got all these kudos across the globe for it, but really what he was saying was, yes, international law is in decline. It has never worked for the global south anyway, by the way, but Canada contributed to that decline, and that's one thing that he didn't admit to, and he is still contributing to that decline. We're in a tough spot. I think certainly we have the Liberal government that has decided to increase our defense spending up to 5%, which a lot of countries are doing, but that comes at a cost of what we're not investing in. So Canadians are seeing that we're not investing in the healthcare or housing that we need to. That 5% increase is coming with a $2.7 billion cut to international development funding, so we're not playing our part in addressing humanitarian crises anymore. And I think also in this new defense industrial strategy, there was a line about arms exports saying that arms export permit applications are now going to be streamlined. And a lot of folks in this room have done a lot of work on Canada's exports of arms to Israel, to and through the United States. And we've even seen recently, you know, Rochelle, a Canadian company, supplying ICE with armored vehicles. So those are things that we really need to be addressing. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, you know, domestically, there are a number of attacks on democracy coming from, Alberta's Premier Danielle Smith, for example. She's attacking trans kids. She's attacking refugees and asylum seekers. They're really punching down to the most vulnerable in order to kind of scapegoat vulnerable groups to try and get political power, and that's not okay. In Quebec, Bill C-21, which is requiring people not to wear their religious items when they're working in the public service, the sign of their faith. Just this week, the National Council of Canadian Muslims brought several women who had lost their jobs as a result of this, Muslim women in Quebec. So we are seeing some of these right-wing forces, they're not just attacking labor rights or public services, they're also attacking people's ability to fully participate in democratic institutions, and this punching down that we're seeing constantly. And just recalling the last panel about the attacks on press as well. That's a real problem that we have in Canada, where progressive folks who are working in media are getting harassed online, and they're getting attacked, and of course the Press Progress has its court date this week. So we're in a pickle.
Not just one, it sounds like. It sounds like you have many pickles on our hands, which is why multiple escalating, cascading crises of democracy. And I want to introduce the issue of the prescriptions by pointing to another kind of asymmetry between us building and them destroying, which is that one of the things that agglutinates, that brings together this Reactionary International, is the profit motive. We ask ourselves all the time, how are they so good at coordination? Because they love money, and they have a lot of it. And if everyone's getting money, then everyone stays happy. We, modest, humble, principled leftists, do not have this privilege. We are brought together by a different logic, a logic of solidarity that recognizes that attacks on Indigenous rights over there are going to affect Indigenous communities here, that attacks on the fiscal and welfare states over there ricochet back here, that deploying drones over there may boomerang back to our police departments here. So I want to go to a set of questions about prescriptions, about defending democracy, but push you not just to say, how do we defend democracy necessarily in our own siloed countries or contexts, but how do we defend democracy? What prescriptions can we put forward that can both bolster and defend trust in our institutions, but ricochet outward as well to have a positive impact on the prospects for democracy across the world, as is the title of the summit that has convened us here. Let's start with you, Frederica.
Oh my God, if I would have the one fits Germans, actually what they think about democracy. And I would say it's under pressure, but it stays strong. So the last polls, actually, I found a number, I think it was a poll 4 weeks ago, that 80% of the population, the German population, still believe in democracy, and they still think it's the best form of government. That's a good message, actually. If we look, actually, then to the elements of democracy, like protection of minorities, freedom of speech, the number's not that high anymore, but still is 70 plus. So I think that's a good starting point. And I mean, I don't know if you know that, in Germany actually we had last year election that was one of our worst results we ever had as Social Democrats in Germany, but still we are in power. And what we do right now is we negotiated with the Conservatives about a massive investment program in our social or in our public infrastructure. And we don't know if it works. We will see that in a few years. But this was our starting point, that we knew we had to invest in our daily lives again, in railroads, in digitalization, in public transport, in accessible healthcare, in parks, whatever. And just to feel again that our daily life has to work. We have to make that possible. And as my colleague said, and also to address people like families, which are not like abstract somewhere, we have to focus on people who are depending on public goods, like families, like migrants, like all the minorities, you talked already about it. So this is right now a huge project in Germany. We want to invest 500 billion euros, and we achieved that with the Conservatives. And now the plan is actually to bring that on the ground and to make that feel again that something has happened, that it makes it different if Social Democrats are in power. And maybe we can meet us in a couple of years, I can tell you more about. But I think this is really, really important. And another thing, a second topic, which is actually, for me, and also for many, many Social Democrats, a really important topic is the rising question of inequality. And the last weeks, we started a campaign about inheritance tax. And I know that it's a difficult topic because everybody believes that he is actually part of it and that you have also to pay taxes. But it was a really, really successful campaign, and we saw the polls also after the campaign, and there was a lot of awareness that something was wrong, and inequality is also a big problem for democracy. And I hope that the Social Democrats in power in Germany will stick to that, talking about inequality, addressing this question with concrete policies. But of course, we have a conservative partner. It's all about negotiation and to find compromises right now. So we will see. But I think these are the two things I can bring with you, talk to you about it, and we will see how it goes.
Thank you so much. José Luis, how is Mexico taking on?
I think that part is critical. The one thing I think I would be remiss not to talk about, la batalla comunicacional, right? The communications battle. I'm in a room of very informed, very intelligent, progressive people, and I know I'm not, I don't have to correct the record when it comes to you, but out there, when people think about Mexico, Morena, López Obrador, and Sheinbaum, they actually think that it's one of the autocratic regression, backsliding countries because of the communications war that in certainly the English-speaking world, in a lot of ways, is being lost, where people don't actually understand what's happening in a country like Mexico, why it's important, why Claudia Sheinbaum has 80% approval ratings, which is unheard of in any other country, basically. But what I would say to that is, for example, there has been a lot of controversy, on the opinion pages about some of the constitutional reforms. For example, the decision that we Mexicans decided to elect our judiciary. So we made the argument that if the legislative branch and the executive branch is directly elected by the population, why shouldn't the judicial branch? And so there was a massive reform, and that actually happened this year in terms of going out to actually be able and vote, last year, to go out and vote and elect the judges and critically the Supreme Court. And today, Mexico has probably the most progressive Supreme Court on the planet, led by an indigenous man named Hugo Ortiz from the state of Oaxaca, who has accompanied social movements and now is in the highest office. Just last week, they went down to Chiapas to carry through on actually a separate constitutional reform that gave stronger judicial rights to indigenous communities and Afro-descendant communities in Mexico to deliver to them self-governance. So now, indigenous peoples, through their traditional governance structures, can decide that they want to govern themselves outside of the traditional political party system. These are the things that are happening in Mexico, and a lot of people aren't familiar with it because there is that struggle to communicate what's actually happening to as many voices, or many ears as possible, to be able to deliver this message to inspire people. I want people to come out of this feeling like things can really change. And I'll close with that, which is that if you look at how much the conversation in my country has changed from before 2018 to today, you'd be amazed. It's almost impossible to believe, in the sense that now we talk about the state not as a regulator, but as an active actor in the economy, building housing, building railroad lines, right? Building a new electric vehicle, that there is a different way of organizing our political economy, and that it is perfectly legitimate, and that it actually delivers things for people. And that, I think, is the key thing in terms of really destroying the argument of our opponents who want to privatize, who want to deregulate, and all of the rest of that, because we went through that in Mexico. It was neoliberalism full blast, and it didn't work. And people realized it, and they made the decision through their vote to change it.
Thank you so much, Jose Luis.
Yeah, it's a great question, and I'm so inspired by all the folks who have been speaking at this conference, because I think a lot of the work that needs to be done is already being done by the people who are here and the organizations here, and we need to expand that. I think this is a two-pronged approach for us, right? One part is civil society and one part is electoral. And so for the civil society part, we can see how much different labor unions, NGOs have been contributing a lot to building some of these ideas over the past several years. Some of the great successes that we've seen, you know, Scotiabank has divested from Elbit Systems. That's a result of people power, right? A few weeks ago, the Jim Pattison group agreed that they weren't going to rent one of their facilities to ICE, and that's because Canadians said, we don't want this to happen, right? So we're seeing that Canadians they have hope. They're desperate for ways to act. And I think when I think about like Charlie Angus and the Resistance Tour and the kind of inspiration that we're seeing from all these kinds of folks bringing these ideas together, that's really important. And in the past couple of weeks, I've been reading a bit more about this idea of a mass party. So this is kind of bridging the gap between, right, the civil society and community aspect and the electoral. James Adair had a piece in Rabble that I recommend everybody read. There was another great piece by Bill McKibben. And I think in some of the cases other than Canada, we have these much bigger party structures and institutions where we're all getting involved in our communities in between elections. And it's not just about who you vote for and how much you can donate within, you know, every 4 years. It's about all of us being a lot more active every day and finding, we have to build those institutions. And I just want to conclude by saying on the electoral front, I think what we're seeing, especially from these panelists today, is that elections matter, right? And so we need to elect more New Democrats. That needs to be our primary goal.
All right, on this rousing call. And I'll leave it to the MC to take it next. Thank you so much.
Neutre. Ils reflètent des choix politiques et ils ont des conséquences directes sur les conditions de vie et de travail des gens ordinaires. And that brings us perfectly into our next conversation. Across the country, workers are feeling the pressure, not just from rising costs and corporate greed. Trump-era trade and economic politics are reshaping decisions about jobs, industry, and investment. Workers in communities in Canada are already feeling the effects. But the labor movement is standing up. That's organizing to defend good jobs, protect public services, and push back against unfair trade measures and economic policies that leave working people behind. Ce sont les travailleurs et travailleuses et les syndicats qui résistent, qui protègent nos emplois, qui demandent et exigent mieux. To lead this discussion, I'm thrilled to welcome back to the stage the Broadbent Institute's very own Jen Hassam, a fierce advocate for workers and the leading voice in Canada's labor movement. You can definitely clap for that. To help us understand how Canadian unions are responding during this time of economic and political uncertainty, she'll be joined by Bea Brusk, President of the Canadian Labour Congress. Woo! Barry Sawyer, National President of UFCW Canada. Magali Picard, présidente de la Fédération des travailleurs et travailleuses du Québec. Alors, c'est avec une immense fierté que nous vous invitons à accueillir sur scène Bea Brusque, Barry Sorio et Magali Picard. Merci.
To be discussing the Trump economic era because it is reshaping so much. There are so many decisions that Canadians are faced with when it comes to jobs, industry, investment, public services, things that are impacting workers, communities, our culture. And Canada is feeling the effects of Trump's politics and his economic direction and choices that he's being made. So what does this mean for the labor movement? What does this mean for Canadian workers? So, opening question, which will be over to you, Bea. Why does this moment with trade tensions, tariffs, political shifts in the United States, why does this matter for workers in Canada today?
It's an absolutely critical time. Of the US, that it is creating a critical problem for us at this moment in time. So we need to decide whether or not we're going to continue the current way of our economic system or if we're going to make a significant change. And workers need to be at the forefront of the change that we need to see to safeguard those jobs that we need right now.
Yeah, over to you, Barry.
Thanks, Jen. Country into low-wage jurisdictions, many of them non-union, where there's increasingly unsafe working conditions. It impacts the worker unity when workers see each other as adversaries, not as brothers and sisters. And the safety of their economic security erodes the working class consciousness and undermines working class unity. I want to give a quick example that recently happened to USCW members in that one company, Diageo, decided to close a plant near Windsor, Amherstburg, which bottles Crown Royal. Well, this then Doug Ford in the Ontario government decides to retaliate against the American government.
Coming out the Crown Royal. Yeah.
Because of the tariffs and the cost of tariffs, and he dumps out the Crown Royal. Well, we now hear from workers in Gimli, Manitoba, and Valleyfield, Quebec, of saying, I'm not involved in this fight with Donald Trump, and now my livelihood, the potential of my, making money to make for my family, may be taken away because sales go down, shifts go down, hours go down, people get laid off. So it's directly impacting their life that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Et Magali, donc ce moment actuel, pourquoi c'est important pour les travailleuses, travailleurs au Canada aujourd'hui?
Bien, c'est un moment charnière. Hein? Je pense qu'on parle beaucoup de Donald Trump, des tarifs, mais on doit aussi se dire que le passé ne reviendra pas. On ne reviendra pas, on ne fera pas marche arrière, on ne reviendra pas à ce qu'on a connu. Bea parlait, no, it's true, we're not going to go back. Yep. Puis, je pense qu'il faut absolument penser différemment, il faut travailler différemment, il faut arrêter de prendre nos richesses naturelles. Le Canada est un endroit qui produit des richesses naturelles qui fait l'envie du monde entier. Il faut arrêter de prendre nos ressources, les envoyer pour une bouchée de pain aux États-Unis et partout dans le monde. Il faut investir. Ça prend de la deuxième, de la troisième transformation. Il faut que ça se passe ici. Il faut penser différemment. On ne reviendra pas en arrière. Donc, c'est ça l'avenir, vraiment. C'est là qu'il faut aller.
Et la deuxième à ton syndicat et à les syndicats, comment les changements économiques se manifestent concrètement dans la vie quotidienne des Québécois et Québécoises?
Oui, bien, je viens de parler de changement. 106 000 emplois qui sont présentement soit proches d'être perdus ou qui vont l'être dans les prochaines semaines, prochains mois. Donc, c'est une incertitude, c'est de l'angoisse. Ce sont des familles partout dans les régions du Québec qui ne savent pas de quoi demain va ressembler. On ne peut pas juste dire on va vendre notre maison puis on va aller vivre en appartement. Les coûts des appartements sont plus élevés qu'une hypothèque actuellement. Le taux d'inflation, tout le monde est égorgé. C'est extrêmement difficile, la situation dans laquelle on vit. Alors, mais pour se sortir de ça, il faut qu'il y ait un plan. Et le plan, il faut que les travailleurs fassent partie du plan. Si on commençait à parler avec nos gens partout, dans les entreprises, dans les régions, ils vont être les premiers à nous dire ce qu'il faut faire pour être plus productif, plus efficace, pour être plus compétitif. Alors ça, c'est l'avenir. Il faut absolument établir un plan et le faire ensemble. Et si on réussit ça, bon, on va juste être plus fort. J'entendais le premier conférencier qui parlait d'acheter local. On va produire davantage. Donc oui, il y a de l'incertitude. Il va falloir travailler à avoir des services publics qui vont être capables de répondre à la commande. Ça va prendre un gouvernement, des gouvernements qui vont être là, bien sûr, pour investir et dire, c'est pas le temps de parler d'économie puis de récession. Puis il faut que le Canada dépense plus que jamais pour que nos gens qui ont bâti le pays, qui tiennent l'économie du pays, soient encore au rendez-vous dans les prochains mois.
Employees working in forestry and steel and aluminum, in the auto industry and aerospace, and so many different sectors, including food production, who are on the edge of their seats at all times about what is the next tweet that's coming out from the White House, and how is that going to impact my reality, how is that going to impact my workplace. And at the same time, we have a federal government cutting federal public service worker jobs, who all of us rely on, the very scientists that we rely on to make good decisions, the people who are actually, managing employment insurance claims, the people dealing with disability benefits, right? These are the very people that all of us are relying on who are also being cut at the same time. And, we have huge employers like Algoma Steel taking $500 million from our federal government and then turning around and cutting 1,200 jobs. How is that allowed to happen? It is hugely problematic. It is shameful. And so workers are under significant pressure and stress. They're deciding whether or not they can move, or if they move, what does that mean for their family? What does that mean for their communities? They're making decisions at the grocery store every single day about what they can or can't afford to buy. And it is really, really very, very stressful. So the uncertainty, coupled with the reality of what we've already seen, makes this a very, very fraught time for workers right across this country.
Over to you, Barry.
Yeah, it's showing up in all of our workplaces. The employers we talk to are either backing off or reducing their amount of investment into the Canadian workers. We're seeing it out west in the canola crushing plants that the American government has put tariffs on cars, the Chinese government has retaliated, the Canadian government has retaliated. Now there's new canola tariffs on canola going to China, and we have workers in those plants that are now on reduced shifts and having situations where they have half their work paid for work, half by EI. As B said, sometimes the EI claims are either not being processed at all or are being processed very slowly. That increases the mental strain and the internal pressure on these families who are saying, I don't know where my next paycheck's coming from, or I don't know if I'm getting a full paycheck or when I'm going to get this money. I don't know if I can afford groceries for my family.
Yeah. Well, what a rosy picture we're painting.
Really a critically challenging time for us right now.
And it is so important to have these you said so eloquently in the first answer. If labor is helping reshape the Canadian economy and the plan that we need to deal with the threat of the 51st state and the economic warfare that's being thrown at us, what is that picture? What needs to change? So over to you first, Barry.
Well, I'd say training, in our health and safety, and making our industries, in Canada more resilient to these economic shocks. Right? It means making workplaces more sustainable by investing in clean and renewable technologies and training workers. But most importantly, it means that workers have a seat at the table in trying to ensure our economic future. This means strong unions, where workers can participate in the decision-making arena and play a role in meeting the productivity needs of a growing and prosperous community. No one knows what it needs to make a Canadian business succeed more than the workers themselves.
That's right.
Yeah.
Employed. Like, we need to actually realize the jobs that we are creating need to be good jobs, and good jobs are union jobs. Good jobs are permanent, full-time jobs that create, the ability for people to be able to support themselves, not, little bits in here and there that you're trying to cobble together. So we need to make sure that those new jobs are good jobs, because we know that the union advantage is over $5 an hour. So the active ability to be able to unionize your workplace has to be a priority. The ability to be at a bargaining table without a government intervening in the bargaining process has to be a reality. No more 107, no more provincial government stepping on employees' toes, on workers' toes. Workers absolutely have to be at the decision-making table, not just consulted, but actually being there to make the decisions. Who knows better than a worker what's going on in their sector and in their workplace? Who knows better than a worker what is needed education-wise in order to actually move forward within that particular sector, right? And what's needed in particular trades, right? Being able to get the education where and when you need it so that you have job readiness is critically important. Making sure that we're actually investing and producing more in Canada rather than just shipping raw materials out, critically important. We need to get back to that. We need a strong and robust public service that all of us can rely on. I mean, folks, we have an aging population. We have a healthcare crisis in this country. We need to be able to actually address those particular issues. We have an education crisis in this country. Every kid deserves to have a good education, and that means having good, staffing ratios in the education system, right? And again, making it easier for workers to join unions is absolutely critical, and that means we have to consistently be meeting workers where they are at and speaking to workers at all times about why this is such a priority.
Merci, Jen. Ben, écoutez, c'est pas compliqué, hein? Pour qu'ils fassent des choix politiques qui soient là pour eux. On voit une montée de la droite au Canada et partout dans le monde. Il y a une déconnexion entre les représentants syndicaux dont on fait partie et les travailleurs-travailleuses. On a des membres actuellement qui votent pour des partis qui sont là pour les étouffer, pour des partis qui sont là pour travailler pour le 1% de riches. Dans des crises comme ceux-là, il faut être capable de travailler tout le monde ensemble, tout le monde syndical ensemble. Il faut changer cette perception de bien des gens, et sûrement des gens aussi dans la salle, que les syndicats, on est là pour, et on nuit à la productivité, on nuit à l'efficacité, on garde en place des travailleurs qui ne méritent pas d'avoir des jobs. Il faut changer cette perception-là. Il faut être capable d'être là pour le vrai monde, d'expliquer ce qu'on fait. Il faut se remettre en question rapidement. Et pour ça, c'est un travail d'équipe. Il faut que tous les syndicats, tous les noms qu'on porte, la crise, le travailleur est plus important que le nom qu'on porte. Donc, il faut travailler ensemble. Il faut changer cette image-là. Il faut être capable de revenir à nos lettres de noblesse, à quoi on sert vraiment, revenir à la base, être là sur le terrain partout et s'assurer que notre éducation, notre message à nos membres soit tellement puissant qu'ils recommencent à voter pour des gouvernements progressistes qui vont être là pour le vrai monde.
What can we do? It's about mobilization. Over to you, B. You can take first crack. Knowing what's at stake, how is the labor movement moving forward from reacting to the economic changes to shaping what comes next? So it is difficult if we're reacting based on a tweet here, a tweet there, one day something else? How do we move towards shaping the future? And what does mobilizing workers and the public, what does that look like now in these times?
Yeah, listen. Have family responsibilities, grabbing people's attention is hard at any time. But in the labor movement, we know that we only get success when we have collective action, when we can bring people together to rally around the cause to actually be able to move the needle forward. And so that is what we have to continue to do. And that means having often difficult conversations. And difficult conversations can't just happen internally when we go to bargaining tables, when we're getting ready to face down an employer. We have to see the current economic climate in that exact same way. Workers have to shape what comes next, and that means that workers have to rally together. So at the CLC and with all of our union partners, we're working really hard at making sure that we are putting those messages out so that people can easily understand what is shaping the current economic reality that we are in, and what the solutions are that we need to see, and how they can see themselves reflected and be part of that change. And that is an ongoing issue. We're also asking parliamentarians to sign a workers' pledge, to be more transparent about how they're making decisions that are shaping workers' lives. Workers need to be able to hold their members of parliament and any elected official accountable for what they are doing. And too often, you know, folks that are elected to do the right things don't do the right things and they get away with it. That has got to stop. We need to hold everyone accountable for the kind of Canada that we want to live in.
Go ahead, Barry.
Yeah. It starts with an exchange of ideas and knowledge that can help us shape, a more just society. We got to use areas where we can leverage shared responsibility between unions, government, businesses, and find solutions that are mutually, beneficial for all. As long as we see each other as adversaries, we're going to undermine the potential to bring positive change for Canadians. Right? Business needs a dedicated, motivated, and skilled workforce. Unions want to promote healthy and safe workplaces where people are rewarded with fair wages, fair benefits, and long-term job security. And government, they want a workforce that's an inclusive society that helps make Canada the world-class country that it is. So we need to be able. Sometimes it seems like labor and business are used as pawns for people in the government, right? We need to work together on those things. As we face economic threats from outside, we need to come together on the core principles, the things that make us all happy and excited to be Canadians. So,
yeah.
Syndicales au Québec et les syndicats privés, tout le monde ensemble, on s'assoit autour d'une même table, on consulte bien sûr nos travailleurs, ça c'est près de 1,7 million de travailleurs et travailleuses au Québec, tout le monde ensemble, les groupes communautaires, les conseils du patronat, les chambres de commerce, on a besoin de comprendre ce qui se passe sur le terrain. On a besoin de se remettre en question. On ne peut pas juste continuer de travailler de la même façon, parce qu'on le voit. Mes collègues en ont parlé, les gens vont chercher l'information sur les médias sociaux, tout le monde est débordé, ça va rapidement. On a comme perdu ce sentiment-là que moi, je peux faire une différence. C'est de faire comprendre à nos gens qu'individuellement, chacun décide de ce qui va se passer dans le futur. Mais tout ça, il faut le faire ensemble. Alors, on a vraiment ce grand besoin de revoir nos pratiques, d'entendre les messages qui nous viennent, d'être capable de s'adapter, mais d'être partout. On a réussi, on a négocié en front commun, les centrales syndicales, envers le gouvernement du Québec lors de la négociation il y a 2 ans. On a réussi à rassembler 115 000 militants dans la rue pour une grande manifestation. Ça, c'est monsieur, madame, tout le monde qui était présent à Montréal, 115 000 personnes. Pour y arriver, alors qu'on entend de plus en plus que c'est difficile de mobiliser les gens, on est plus individualiste, on n'a pas le temps, bien, on a été partout. On a été sur toutes les tribunes. On a les médias sociaux, les médias traditionnels, les rencontres de cuisine. Dans chacune des régions du Québec, il faut être sur le terrain. Il n'y a pas d'autre solution. Lorsqu'on parle à notre monde, ils sont là, ils sont au rendez-vous et c'est comme ça qu'on va y arriver. Et honnêtement, j'aimerais ça qu'on soit aussi capable, et je parle à nos collègues qui ont des syndicats internationaux et qui sont aux États-Unis également, il faut que les Américains se réveillent aussi. Il faut qu'il se passe quelque chose. Il faut que les gens prennent la rue. C'est indissociable. Il faut absolument briser ce mouvement-là. Absolument. Il faut arrêter d'avoir peur. On a peur et on a raison d'avoir peur. Mais si on reste chacun chez nous, on ne peut pas imaginer ce qui va se passer dans 10 ans. Honnêtement, il faut absolument, ça va passer par la mobilisation, c'est le peuple qui va décider. Et ça, ben nous, les syndicats, ça fait partie de notre mission de justice sociale de faire ce travail-là.
And Megali, this was fantastic. And it's so true. If we just stay home, we will lose it all. Si on reste chez nous, on va perdre chez nous. So what a call to arms. Thank you so much for joining us.
Merci tout le monde.
What a morning. And we're only partway through today's program. I hate to stop the momentum, but it is time for lunch. So lunch is available for pickup on the lobby level near the hotel front desk and is provided through the generous sponsorship of the Confederation of Canadian Unions.
Alors, vous pouvez revenir ici dès 13h30. We'll start back at 1:30 with an impressive international keynote delivered by Andres Arauz, followed by a fireside chat with Brandy Morin. In the meantime, a lunchtime session will be happening upstairs in the Chaudière room. Cette occasion d'honorer l'héritage intellectuel et politique d'Ed Broadbent regarde l'impact réel de lui sur la scène internationale. Ed Broadbent, Social Democracy Without Borders, with Frances Abel, Luke Savage, and Clément Nocos will start at 12:30 in the Chaudière room. Make sure you check out the schedule for our afternoon programming, which takes place in various rooms, here and on the conference level. Bon appétit, tout le monde, and we'll see you back here at 1:30. The summit is about to resume. Please kindly make your way to the next session. Le sommet va bientôt recommencer. Veuillez prendre vos places.
Check, 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 check. Hello, everyone. For those of you who can hear me in the hallway, this is your reminder to come back inside and get started. I hope everybody has enjoyed their lunch. I'm just going to do a really quick check-in with everybody. So this is something that we used to do back in my baby organizer days. So I'm going to say something, and then you're going to say something back to me, do a call response, okay? So when I say fired up, you say ready to go. Is that cool? Fired up! Fired up! Fired up! Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. To introduce our next speakers, I'd like to welcome back to the stage Barry Sawyer, National President of UFCW Canada.
Good afternoon, friends and delegates of the Progress Summit. What a pleasure it is to be part of this highly anticipated event again this year. I bring greetings on behalf of UFCW Canada, one of the strongest and most progressive voices for change across Canada's labour movement. As a national president of United Food and Commercial Workers, we fight every day to secure the interests of our 270,000 members that work in nearly every industry across almost every municipality in Canada. Whether it's stocking the shelves at your local grocery store, packaging fresh products off the assembly line at food processing facilities, or making sure your stay is just right at hotels and conference centers across the country, UFCW members are the heartbeat of our local communities, and I couldn't be prouder to be of service to them. And friends, that includes the hard-working staff of the Broadbent Institute, who put on this amazing event for us each and every year, uniting the progressive voices across Canada. So, in fact, you beat me to it. Can you do me all a favor and give these UFCW Canada members a huge round of applause? I want to introduce a special and distinguished guest who will be sharing his insight with us today alongside journalist and filmmaker Brandy Moran. Andres Araúz joins us this afternoon to share his accounts from the front lines of defending democracy in his homeland of Ecuador. Hailed as the Ecuadorian candidate, Andres rose to the prominence as a defender of the poor, as a defender of the environment, and a defender of Indigenous peoples' right to free, prior, and informed consent. As a former presidential candidate, Andres campaigned on fighting for democracy and empowering citizens to take back their government. Andres currently serves as the General Secretary of the Citizen Revolution Movement in Ecuador, after serving as the General Director of Banking at Ecuador's Central Bank and as Minister of Knowledge and Human Talent. Andres joins Brandy Moran, whose recent investigation into Canadian mining in Ecuador exposed Canada's role in the weakening democracy in that country. The two will sit down for a chat to discuss the role that Canada can play in defending democracy across borders. I hope you all enjoy.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much to the Broadbent Institute for this invitation. Merci à tous pour l'invitation aussi. I'd like to insist on those things because sometimes it's very difficult to hear a voice directly from the South and the Global South talking to all of you so that we can get a collective inspiration on some ideas on how to defend democracy. I want to tell you a little bit of my story as context for some of the ideas that I want to talk about. The Citizens' Revolution emerged after the collapse of Ecuador's party system, after a financial crisis, a huge wave of immigration, and we dreamt big. We said we need to imagine a collective future that responds to our values, our traditions, our history, but also our ambitions and how we want to build a harmonious society. So we wrote up a new constitution after having won democratic elections, and the new constitution had a huge new framework of progressive values: the rights to nature, harmonious society, intergenerational equity, recognizing the official languages of our First Peoples, and of course many coherent and transformative economic policies embedded in the text of the Constitution itself. All of those under the paradigm of what we call buen vivir, or summa causai, translated loosely to good living or good life. We said we need an alternative which is not just about development. We need an alternative paradigm to development, and the paradigm that we decided to build and to write it up in the context of the Constitution was buen vivir, or good living. Barry mentioned some of the roles I occupied in Ecuador's former progressive government, and he mentioned I was the Minister of Knowledge and Human Talent in Ecuador. That was an awesome role that I had, which was basically to coordinate Ecuador's education, science, technology, cultural heritage, research, and other agencies and initiatives to try to build our own sovereignty in terms of knowledge, in terms of how we perceived we should organize this system. And we focused on what we called knowledge sovereignty, or buen conocer, good knowledge, which was basically focusing on regional Latin American sovereignty of knowledge. Think of regional data centers, regional fiber optic cables, regional internet, regional social networks, but also national sovereignty in terms of strategic data that shouldn't have been stored, for example, in data centers in other parts of the planet, but also individual sovereignty and community sovereignty around providing protections and standards in terms of data, privacy, secure communications, the possibility and freedom to organize for members of the society. Of course, we wanted to avoid what we now know as the different versions of Palantirs. But the Ministry of Knowledge was only my second most awesome job. When I was in the government of Ecuador, I occupied the role of Deputy Secretary for the planning of Buen Vivir. My job was to dream. My job was to think of possible futures, of what this concept, this paradigm of Buen Vivir actually meant, and then getting to build it, to plan it, to think about what that means in terms of policy making, what laws we needed to change, what democratic new institutions we needed to build, what reforms of the state we needed to apply, and of course, how the budget would look like in terms of this new paradigm. And that was my job. My job was to plan the future, to plan how to get to the good life, the summa causai in our society. Now, when we were in government, we were a proudly progressive government. We did what a progressive government is supposed to do. We, increased the tax share of income of our national budget because we used that to finance health, education spending. We had transformative approaches to our education and health system. We, of course, also increased the royalties of natural resource extraction and by nationalizing our oil and regulating, reverting all of the mining concessions so that we could start over again. We increased, we renegotiated our foreign debt service when we said, no, we are auditing our foreign debt and we are going to realize that much of that debt has already been paid. And we, of course, found irregularities and illegalities that helped us restructure our foreign debt and free up so many more resources for public investment. We had huge public investment, the biggest one in the history of Ecuador and one of the largest one in Latin America, renewing all roads, social infrastructure, new airports, and so on and so forth, which let us, of course, increase the quality of life of most Ecuadorians. So that, of course, led us to become the largest political force in Ecuador, because people see that when we are actually saying what when we're doing what we said we're going to do, they believe. And then they said, we are going to trust this political force. Of course, Citizens Revolution is an alliance of different social organizations, the people of different tendencies, but with a broad progressive coalition. And for that, for having done what we said we were going to do, we are now unfortunately being politically persecuted. We are now victims of the Monroe Doctrine, this 200-year-old doctrine that basically says that the United States will be in charge of the Western Hemisphere. But we are especially victims now of the Trump corollary, as he himself calls it, to the Monroe Doctrine, that explicitly says in the national security document published in December of last year that only those movements, political parties, and governments aligned with those of Trump and what he considers the interests of the United States will be rewarded, and those who don't will be punished. This is what we are being victims of right now. In Latin America, this has been the story for several centuries, unfortunately. But now with the Trump corollary, we're seeing that same behavior being replicated in South America, but also, as we have known, in Greenland, and even half-jokingly against Canada. Now, this is also one of the pipe dreams of what certain ideologues have called the technate of America that I invite you to look up. Now, this basically means that the big tech oligarchs, this new era of techno-feudalism, needs a material dimension to sustain it, right? So you can have the most revolutionary AI, but all that in the end needs data centers, needs chips, needs hardware. And that hardware has a corollary, a consequence in terms of our natural resources and in our habitats, our ecosystem, our First Peoples. And this is the consequence that we are now going to be facing in the rest of Latin America. We do not want to be mere mineral suppliers of the AI dystopia. We want jobs for humans. We want dignity for humans. We want life. We want humanity to flourish. We are being persecuted, like I said. We have lost second-round elections, always losing by very few percentage points, but in the parliamentary dimension of our elections, we're always the largest party. We're always the largest political force. We're the best organized political force with a huge acceptance all over the country. We are not a regional or a region-specific political movement. We are the largest force in Ecuador because we are in the hearts of Ecuadorians. Now, it is precisely that what is the reason of this political persecution, because we exist, because we showed that there is a reality that is possible to achieve from a progressive mindset, from a left-of-center mindset, and we showed that it was actually something that can get done. We created new imaginations for our society, and it is precisely that what they are trying to kill through character assassinations, political persecution, and other forms of lawfare. We did revolutionary things. For example, we did this all democratically. We had referenda where we voted to separate bankers from media companies. We said, media companies can only be owned by business people that are dedicated exclusively to media companies. They shouldn't be a thing that big oligarchs should trade like playing cards. We also said that out of our national electric communications spectrum, A third had to go for state-owned media, a third had to go to corporate media, and a third to community-owned and independent media. And that's one of the reasons that we are being politically persecuted. This was all with referendum, with people voting and taking these important decisions. We also forbid, to mention some of the issues David talked about earlier, David Adler, we also had a referendum to forbid candidates and public officials from having offshore accounts or from having, these tax havens accounts. And, very important, we won referenda rejecting ISDS treaties, these secret courts, these secret arbitrations that give certain transnational corporations more power, not just than local communities, but more power than states themselves. And we voted against that just last year. 65% of people rejected ISDS. Now, of course, they are going to come after us. Of course, they are going to come after us after all these victories. And I want to basically end saying that here I am, here we are, representing a political force, but also a collective imagination. And we have not been defeated. Hell no. I want to say that our victory is our resistance. As we learn from our first people to celebrate our existence, to build up the energy, and we have to build the imagination of possible futures and how to win those possible futures. We have people power. We must unite, as history has shown us, in order to defeat the forces of imperial fascism. It is the moment for liberals, progressive, workers, indigenous peoples of the global south, of the global north, anti-colonial movements, peoples of all faiths, different political backgrounds, like a moment in history in the 20th century showed us, to create a huge alliance of humanity against the logics of imperial fascism. We must resist to exist. Until victory, forever, hasta la victoria siempre. Thank you. Now I'm going to be joined by Brandy Morin.
Tom, say hello, everybody. Wow. Look at this packed, good-looking room. Thank you so much for coming out. I just met Andreas today. Such a pleasure to meet you. I was telling him how much I love his country, Ecuador. I've been working there for about a year and a half, working on telling the stories of indigenous peoples that are working to defend their rights and their territories from extractive industries, the majority of them which happen to be Canadian-owned. So it's such an honor to be here with you today. So can you tell me, where the hell is Canada in Ecuador?
Thank you, Brandy, and thank you for this opportunity to talk. You know, basically, Canada's prime interest in Ecuador has been, unfortunately, the extractive industries, both initially a few decades ago in the oil industry, but increasingly and overarchingly in the mining sector. Not only because of Canadian firms, because also Canada acts as a hub for other more opaque and more questionable investments that are routed through Canadian sort of corporate structures, and they're basically trying to benefit from pre-existing and potential future free trade slash ISDS agreements in order to protect their investments against communities' rights, against environmental regulation, against potential rolling back of these extremely neo-colonial policies that the current government of Ecuador is applying.
Yeah, so you were a central figure in Ecuador's Comprehensive Audit Commission of Investment Treaties. that was under the Korea government. So that process led Ecuador to withdraw from the International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes and terminate all of its bilateral investment treaties. What did that audit actually find? And why does that history matter so urgently right now?
Well, we found many things, basically from substantive clauses in those treaties that were openly unconstitutional, but we also found that the arbitrators, this community of pretend to be judges that decide whether a country, an entire country, is liable versus a corporation, that they had huge conflicts of interest. And a lot of them were corrupt. And you know, during the day, they were lawyers for companies, and in the evening, they were arbitrators deciding the fate of entire nations. And we did an analysis of all those conflicts of interest. We also did an analysis of the social, economic, and environmental impact of those questionable investments in the Ecuadorian territory. And you know, one of the lessons was that many of these used these offshore vehicles to actually end up investing in Ecuador. Tax havens in the Caribbean and Europe and so on that weren't really responding to the logic of the bilateral relationship. But then also there were more dollars that came out, substantially more, including the ISDS awards, than the money that actually came into the country. So this was the reason why we decided to terminate all of these treaties. And something important to mention is that we were never against investment per se. We actually welcomed investment and signed investment contracts that were balanced in nature. They had obligations and rights for both corporations and for the state. While these investment treaties, they're a blank check. They only had obligations for the state and only had rights for the transnational corporations. So we thought that as severely unbalanced and unconstitutional, so we decided to move on from that and to have a more balanced relationship with those contracts.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not the case anymore in Ecuador. But speaking of conflicts of interest, the President Daniel Noboa, his family's own financial stake in a Canadian mining company, it's called Silver Corp. It sits at the center of this free trade agreement negotiations. So can you walk us through that conflict of interest and what it tells us about whose interests this agreement actually serves?
So this started basically 2 years ago. Before flying in to Toronto 2 years ago for the yearly prospectors meeting that they have with all the mining companies, 2 days before traveling, Noboa, by executive decree, eliminated the executive branch's ethics code of ethics. That code of ethics said that he couldn't sort of promote investments that belonged to him or his family. And after that, he repealed that. He came to Toronto, he spoke at the prospectors, and he said, oh, I'm here to sign contracts and different incentives for a Canadian mining company so that they can develop the project in Ecuador. And of course, a lot of activists started to investigate what this Canadian company was, and it didn't take long to analyze the corporate structure to find that his own family was involved in as beneficial owners of that Canadian company. And of course, that company has been at the center of controversy in Ecuador since then, because many of the policies that they are promoting are actually involved to that and other companies where now his own family is involved, including, unfortunately, the negotiations for the Canada-Ecuador free trade agreement. That unfortunately, more than free trade, the trade relationship between Ecuador and Canada is actually very tiny, very small, mostly lentils. But the real thing they're looking for there is the investment chapter to grant Canadian-based corporations these privileges to sue the country in case there's environmental rollback.
Exactly. So you and Guillaume Long, am I pronouncing his name right? Guillaume Long, you wrote that investment treaties are a major obstacle to fighting climate change and protecting the dignity of all human lives. So can you give us a picture of what Ecuador's future looks like if this free trade agreement is ratified with the ISDS intact? What a future Ecuadorian government that wanted to protect water or stop a mine or raise taxes on mining profits, what would they actually face?
I mean, these are threats and literally blackmail that is permanent from corporations, some corporations. They say, look, if you are going to increase your environmental safeguards for our different projects, or you want to include additional rights for the communities that are being affected by the projects, then we're basically going to sue you. And it's not like they sue you in the domestic court or in the district and so on. They take you to the World Bank, which I bet many people aren't even aware of. The World Bank has a court system inside it. A bank has a court system to protect transnational corporations' interests in mainly Global South countries. Now, this thing has been questioned, for a long time already, including a former Canadian minister, but also, for example, the European Union. They said, no, ISDS, these kinds of treaties, are an obstacle for environmental regulation and for measures to reduce the impact of climate change and preservation of ecosystems. So they are leaving the system. For example, they have left the Energy Charter Treaty, which is a mega ISDS treaty. And unfortunately, those same countries of the global north, including Canada, continue to push these kinds of treaties that are domestically criticized.
So throughout my time reporting in Ecuador, I've been reporting on indigenous resistance to mining and extractivism. They are being, in many cases, hunted down by their own governments and these corporations. I've seen Canadian-owned mining companies committing human rights violations on the ground. So the Kanai, Ecuador's largest indigenous confederation, they've been at the forefront of resistance, not just to Canadian mining, but also to the free trade agreement. Yet the Noboa government, they respond with bank account freezes, terrorism charges. I met with many people, farmers, facing terrorism charges with families about to go to jail. A young man, a 40-year-old man shot in the face, his face is mangled. And even the killing of land defenders. How do you understand the relationship between the expansion of extractivism and the authoritarian turn in Ecuador's politics?
No, they're definitely intimately related. And not only because of Noboa's personal interest that we have already discussed, but because they are being absolutely subordinate, unquestionably subordinate to the new paradigm of this Monroe Doctrine. Basically, the United States government is pushing for these critical mineral agreements where they're forcing countries to modify their domestic laws to ensure that the minerals and the materials do not stop flowing to the AI conglomerates in the United States. Just that last week, Noboa, after changing the laws so that they can freeze CONAIE's bank accounts, local resistance bank accounts, basically overt espionage and intelligence operations on, like you said, farmers, people from the countryside, people that are in the local communities defending their own land and their ecosystem. They have now also included a clause in last week's law that says that all mining projects, even if they are private companies that are operating them, are considered now national strategic areas and authorize the army to go in to secure those areas to avoid any kind of protest that might affect the operations of those companies. So it's going to get worse, unfortunately, in Ecuador because they have that clear mandate. And of course, a lot of this, they're using narratives of supposed fight against crime when they're calling resistance fighters criminals.
And we have to understand that this free trade agreement is driven by these atrocities that are happening, the realities of what's happening on the ground. Like I said, I've seen it, I've documented it. So the Trump administration has been pursuing what some call the Donroe Doctrine, aggressive reassertion of US dominance across Latin America, from Panama to Venezuela. Ecuador signed trade frameworks with both the US and Canada in 2025. But how does Ecuador navigate between these pressures? And where does that leave progressive forces?
Like I said during my couple of words there, the key point right now for us is to resist. We have shown that there is a collective future, where the one that we do want to build together as a society, as a coalition of different parts of our humanity, of our society that we want to build. But for now, we have our main duty is to resist, and to resist as peoples, to resist as communities, to resist these nasty laws, to basically apply strategic litigation with our constitutional court, because we still have our constitution that is supposed to defend us, and their role is vital in keeping a check on these fascist type policies that the Noboa government is implementing. Of course, one of our main duties is to work in collaboration, not only within our country, but also with our like-minded partners all over the world, and of course in our own hemisphere with the peoples of Canada. Right now we have a huge threat from the current president of Ecuador, Daniel Noboa, against the neighboring country of Colombia. Noboa has decided to take a move from Trump's playbook and raised tariffs to 50% between our neighboring Colombia partners and us. And if you are aware of Ecuador's geography, we are extremely dependent on trade with Colombia. We share a long border. It is our main local partner. And however, he has decided to apply this only to try to pressure Colombia into voting for the hard right in the upcoming presidential elections. So these are some of the aspects that we are seeing in the broader sort of Monroe Doctrine and Donroe Doctrine confrontations that are going to be happening in the region soon.
Okay, I have two more questions. I wish we had more time, but so the FTA, it's been concluded but not yet ratified. What would it actually take politically, legally, in terms of movement, organizing in both Canada and Ecuador, to stop ratification or force fundamental changes? What would that look like?
We think that Canadian Parliament has an important voice here. They should listen to CONAIE, which is the main representative of the indigenous people of Ecuador, to understand the implications of this investment chapter on the rest of the communities and society in general, the potential fiscal impacts and the chilling effect that that chapter may have on regulation that basically is mostly common sense regulation that would be applicable on the potential future progressive government. Also, we're actually raising the flag of perhaps a key component of the strategy that Noboa and his Canadian counterparts are trying to apply, which is to wait what happens with a current bilateral investment treaty that's being signed and pending ratification in Ecuador, which is the bilateral investment treaty with the United Arab Emirates. They're using that as a test run to see if that treaty is approved on a fast-track basis. Then they will probably apply the same strategy to the Canadian FTA. Now, we are working tirelessly with many of us here in the room to try to prevent that treaty from being ratified, because it is openly against the Ecuadorian constitution. Say hat tip there to Ladan Meranvar from CCSI. Yeah.
Okay, so you are a champion of human rights, environmental rights, even indigenous rights. But you yourself, you're exiled from your own country because of the work that you do, because of your views. This is the situation that's unfolding in Ecuador. And this is the circumstances that these kind of deals, these FTAs, are being dealt under. What do you want everyday Canadians, people in this room, to really understand about what their country is doing in Ecuador, and what do you want them to do about it?
I think the most valuable lesson of all of this is that some of the things that we see in the global south are only test runs of what then they try to apply in global north countries. And this has been increasingly so over the last few years. We've seen things that we couldn't have imagined, like a president of the United States threatening its neighbor, Canada. Things like saying that they want to get my way or the highway, or tech oligarchs like Elon Musk literally tweeting plata o plomo, which is a phrase that gangsters use to threaten people, say, okay, you accept the bribe or we'll kill you. Like, they're actually saying that. And like I said, in the global south, we've been experiencing that for decades now, and maybe even for centuries, but now this is being tried to be replicated all around the world. I think it's the moment to really wake up and realize that the confrontation will probably increase for the next few months and years, but it is absolutely vital to keep our eyes on the prize, to make sure that we can imagine a collective future where we can defeat these type of imperial forces, and that we can have full solidarity among our peoples in both the resistance and our path to victory.
Hi, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much to Randy and to Andrés. Gracias, Andrés y Randy, por compartir esas relaciones vitales con nosotros. We'll now pause and give everyone a chance to top up on their coffee, maybe take a wander down the hall to the expo, meet some of the other sponsors and progressive movement partners. A couple of sessions did just get underway upstairs, so if you wanted to listen in on those, please do enter and settle yourself in quietly. Thanks. And we will be back after the coffee break for the next major panel in about 15 minutes. Hello again, everyone. Is everyone properly caffeinated? No, it doesn't sound like it. Is everyone properly caffeinated? All right. Now that we are, I'm ready and excited to introduce the next panel. Over the past year, the Carney government has talked big about so-called nation-building projects. But before nation-building became the policy buzzword of 2025, progressive industry experts and policy thinkers had already been asking the big questions raised by the PM's Canada First initiative. Namely, what makes for a good nation-building project? And how can Canada better approach these historic investments in nation-building and infrastructure? The next group of speakers is going to dig into labor market strategies, industrial planning, and public policy, and how they're necessary to make sure this historic investment of our tax dollars is maximized, with working people actually seeing the benefits. You'll hear from Professor and Broadbent Fellow Brendan Haley, alongside Adrian Mertens-Kirkwood of the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, George Gritziadis of the Ontario Tripartite Labour Resource Council, and John Graham, representative from UA Canada and member of Local 401. Moderating this panel is Anna Rothney, Executive Director of the Manitoba Federation of Labour and one of our board members here at Broadbent. So please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
We rehearsed this like a wedding party. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really an honor to be part of this panel. And 2 hours ago, I didn't know these friends, but now we're close old buddies, and that's a big part of what I think this summit is about: is making connections, making friends, finding allies. And so I hope you all have a chance to do that over the next day and a half. As Jared said, my name is Anna Rothney. I'm proud to serve on the board of the Broadbent Institute, and my day job is as the Executive Director of the Manitoba Federation of Labour, Manitoba being home to the most popular and progressive premier in the country. That's just a little tip to prospective moderators, that if you mention somebody who's much more popular than yourself, and they're from your home province, even though they're not you, people will clap, and it will feel like it's for you. Anyhow, as Jared sort of mentioned in the introduction, the starting point for this panel is the idea that major nation-building capital projects are set to be a big part of not just the Carney government's, but all governments' response to trying to Trump-proof our economy. And that's all well and good. What this workshop aims to do is to explore how we can get the most value out of those investments, so that it's not just about cement and drywall, but is about good family-supporting jobs, training opportunities for young Canadians, good working conditions on job sites, and other types of community benefits. So I'm going to start the panel by offering all of our panelists an opportunity to make some opening statements, and then we're going to try to get through at least one round of questions. We'd hoped for two, but we think we're going to run out of time, so we're probably going to keep it to one. And George, if it's all right, I'll start with you.
Great, thank you very much, and thanks to the Institute for inviting me here today. We're in a sort of unique an important time here in Canada with the nation-building projects. But just to add to your opening remarks, and this is my angle to this presentation, is these nation-building projects are an opportunity to train for the workforce, not just having a workforce in the short term to break ground and build and execute these projects, but also an opportunity to train the workforce we need in the medium to long term. The reality is, in construction, you're chasing skilled trades at peak investment. And I want to go back in time to the, many of you may recall 2000 to 2014 during the oil sands boom, when major projects were being stacked on top of each other. Alberta exhausted every skilled trade possible in Alberta, then went to every province, and then lo and behold, we were going after temporary foreign workers. These are all short-term mitigation strategies. They're not what I believe to be well thought out approaches to how we ensure that we build a quality workforce to be able to deliver on nation-building projects, but quite frankly, other projects as well. So let's fast forward, and I'm going to speak on behalf of Ontario because I'm with the Ontario Tripartite Labour Resource Council, which is an owner-contractor building trade table addressing this issue. In Ontario, in 2026, we've had a government that's released one of the most ambitious capital plans, $200 billion. We've got transit projects, highway projects, hospital projects. You're all well aware in the media, the small modular reactors. Down the road, we've got Bruce C. And this week, earlier in the week, some of you might have heard that the Premier announced building roadworks to have access to mine sites up north. All that translates into tremendous skilled trade requirements. And what we want to avoid is a frenzied approach to trying to get these projects going. What we want to do is be able to have a planned approach. So, you know, my view is that by bringing the tripartite partners together, we can mitigate a lot of the risks. If 10, 15 years ago, most contractors and owners would tell you that skilled trade availability was ranked number 8 on the top 10 risks. Today, it's a number 1, 2 risk. And by the way, it's not just technical competencies I'm talking about when I say risk. There's health and safety capacity. There's workplace health and safety that we need early warning signs so we're able to address those issues. So that's sort of my sort of volley into this conversation.
Terrific. Thanks for helping frame things. I'll now turn things over to Brendan, who is a fellow at the Broadbent Institute and an adjunct professor at Carleton.
Great. Hey, everyone. So I want to give you a short historical perspective on nation-building projects, because I think if we look back to our history, there's really nothing new about Canada reacting to often an economic crisis with a mega project strategy being unveiled. And what is concerning about repeating that history is we might repeat a familiar pitfall, which is focusing too much on the mega project instead of building more diverse, what I'd call systems of innovation. So Canada, we've got a history of resource dependency. Political economists, we've called this the staple trap. The staple trap, it has a pattern. First, resource extraction installs rigidities, so things like high-cost infrastructure. Resource-dependent economies tend to experience shocks because they are vulnerable to decisions that are made abroad. They're vulnerable to international commodity price swings, so those shocks are very severe. They appear very sudden. So then the trap tightens often when there's a political reaction to those shocks. The private sector seeks state protection. Governments react with a very familiar development path, which is often mega projects and further resource exploitation. So this lays out more high-cost infrastructure that is quite dependent only on resource extraction, and those are the conditions that can reproduce this staple trap. So let's go back to the railway during Confederation. That is often heralded as like our nation-building project, but it also offers some lessons. So certainly the railway was good. It helped create Canada as a country. It secured our geographic independence, but it did not really build the sovereign, diverse economy that we could have. Policymakers were very focused on infrastructure, debt, and corporate bailouts. Canada's banking system prioritized profits from resource rents rather than providing patient capital for industrial development. So Canada's economy largely exported wheat from the West. When we industrialized, we did it with foreign investors and with branch plants. If we go back to the early 1980s, Pierre Trudeau's government was confronting high interest rates, dramatic oil price spikes, then plummeting. There was a crisis. At the time, there was a very lively discussion about industrial policy, but the government never really implemented one. So what did they do? They unveiled a mega project strategy. Now that agenda was very short-lived, and really the failure of that agenda led to free trade with the US being seen as the only viable option. So these are just to show you that from a historical perspective, mega projects aren't that new. Often policymakers grab at them in a period of crises, and they have not necessarily built the resilient and sovereign economy that we need. So there's nothing wrong with resource development in of itself. What is missing is a public sector-led strategy to build multiple sectors and multiple technologies for public benefit. And infrastructure is one component of that, but the primary focus should be thinking about building this larger system of innovation. So give a counterexample, one that might have worked well. Let's look at Hydro-Quebec. Hydro-Quebec built dams, but it also became an innovator in long-distance transmission. It developed a research institute. That research institute helped develop the lithium-ion battery. It built a consulting engineering sector. It created a francophone professional class. So that's the kind of thing we should be thinking about doing. But we can also realize, we don't need mega projects to create business opportunities and to secure jobs. I mean, if we're living in a more uncertain world, big projects should perhaps focus on food sovereignty, digital sovereignty, local transportation, homes that can withstand power outages. It might be easier to build up innovation systems around those more public purpose missions. So what I want to really say is that Canada has struggled throughout its history to create the public sector organizations that can sort of patiently and in a coordinated fashion guide economic development towards a diverse economy serving the public interest. And if we need to do that so that when a crisis occurs, we don't see this more defensive retreat to mega project strategies.
Awesome, thanks so much. I'll turn next to Hadrian, who is a senior researcher with the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives.
Thanks, Anna. And I broadly agree with Brendan's misgivings around this major project's focus. I also think when we talk about infrastructure, our social infrastructure is just as important as our physical infrastructure. But with those two caveats in mind, I will power ahead and try and answer this question about what makes a good infrastructure project. Because there are no perfect infrastructure projects. I think even projects that we would broadly agree on, folks in this room, things like high-speed rail or east-west electricity, there are still trade-offs. There are environmental trade-offs, there are land rights trade-offs, and so on. So there's no such thing as a perfect project, but we can still aspire to good projects. And I think as progressives, we need to figure out what those good projects are instead of, there's always going to be a reason to say no. We've got to be able to figure out what we can say yes to when it comes to projects like this. So I'm going to, for the sake of discussion, I'll offer three what I think are useful high-level guidelines for us when we think about what's a good project. The first is it has to be in the public interest first, and then potentially profitable. But profit is not the reason we build infrastructure. We don't expect our roads to make money. We don't expect our sewers to make money. We shouldn't expect our public transit to make money. We shouldn't expect electricity transmission to make money. That's not why infrastructure exists. Infrastructure enables productive economic activity, and if we are limiting ourselves to building infrastructure projects that have profit-seeking private sector proponents, we miss out on a lot of what is ultimately essential infrastructure, even if it doesn't make money up front. So that's a really important point. The second is that we need to think long-term, and we need to think about what we are locking ourselves into with infrastructure, because infrastructure is a long-term consideration, especially physical infrastructure. It's not about turning our economy around in the next 5 years. You can't do that with infrastructure. But the decisions we make now do matter 40, 50, 60 years from now. And so a really important consideration, which we are not talking about a lot today or very much at all, is addressing climate change, which has kind of fallen off the radar for some reason, even though it keeps getting worse. Yeah, it's not, I'm just a researcher, I don't do applause lines, that's just facts. The issue is that locking ourselves into more fossil fuel production and consumption is ultimately self-defeating, not just from a climate perspective, but economically speaking. We need to look at where is the global economy going to be in 40 and 50 years, and it is going to be largely decarbonized. We are way behind in Canada compared to many other countries. We need to get in line with the decarbonizing global economy. We cannot be locking in new fossil fuel infrastructure. And then I would say the third important guideline here is that how we build projects matters almost as much as what we choose to build. And I think we're going to talk about that a bit. Things like community benefit agreements matter. If we're going to build a big infrastructure project, how do we make sure that workers benefit, that communities benefit from it? Ownership is a big question too. I mean, there's a big difference between a private developer coming into a First Nation and saying like, nice hill you got there. It'd be a shame if someone would have put some wind turbines on it, versus that same community saying, hey, we want to build a wind farm on our land. We might need external help, we might need external finance, we might need external technical support, but that project is happening on our terms, we're going to own it, we're going to ensure there's local labor and so on. Even if it's the exact same project on paper, these questions around ownership and benefits can be the difference between a good project and a bad project.
Thanks. And last but not least, my brother from Labour, John Graham, who is the business manager of Local 401 with the United Association.
Hello, thank you for having me. I agree with some of the points that were made, but some of the points I don't agree. So large infrastructure projects, when done by building trades labor, have a tremendous effect because of the rates. The rates are in excess of prevailing wage. Okay, so that money put in workers' pockets. Sometimes just in the immediate local area, there's a boom in business uptake, and the lasting jobs at say like a new power plant in Wesleyville, which is one of the projects that's not listed yet as a nation-building project, but you know, at the end of that project, there's like 2,000 more high-paying jobs in that community, beyond the thousands of jobs in the construction of it. And that money directly trickles into the local community. Plus, when you're dealing with scale of that size, you have workers coming from across the entire country, as George mentioned, to man that work and perform it. And that money travels home to communities that maybe don't have any work. For example, in the UA, we have a local in Cape Breton with 1,100 members, and for decades there was only 70 local jobs in that area. So those 1,000 excessive members in that local community traveled and manned projects across the entire country, and continue to do so to this day. Now they're a lot busier in Cape Breton than they were, but you know, that money allowed a lot of our field dues go back to the home local, and that local's there today to perform the work and see those high wages for workers, which pays more taxes, which is more tax revenue. That money spent in the local economy generates more jobs, you know, whether it's dental clinics and daycares and schools expansions, and you know, those spring offs and those happen from mega projects. You know, you mentioned some of the historical stuff, you know, in Canada, but you know, FDR's New Deal in the United States, at the brink of you know, economic disaster they just went through, you know, kind of drew them back. And you know what, working for prevailing wage raises the entire area, because that wage brings up the people that are not union, that maybe never had a chance to make that kind of wage or have a benefits program, and you know, spend money at the dentist, spend money at the pharmacy, afford the things, and then also beyond that, the tax revenues. Tax revenues pay for the social programs, the health care, the schools, and the roads. And those roads, I think you said that roads don't make money, but there's no money coming out of the Ring of Fire in Northern Ontario without road. So I mean, it does make money. Though, you know, some of those projects very much, that infrastructure is crucial to our economic future, and it produces GDP for this entire country. So a little bit of a jump start, like we have a banker for a prime minister now, right? The states have a real estate guy. I think they're well matched, and like, you know, those type of economic decisions coming from someone who's ran two you know, national banks. You know, he has I think he has a vision here, and I know we discussed before the conversation a little bit, what is a major project, or a nation-building project, and what is it actually doing? Well, just labeling it, because there's a lot of opposition to construction, okay? Whether it's a hospital in a downtown community, there's a lot of neighbors that want to say, we don't want all the extra noise, we don't want the extra stuff. Well, that's how people are feeding their families. That's how they're putting food on their tables, benefits for their future, so they're not a burden to their children when they retire, because they'll have a pension from a union construction job. So I mean, construction, you know, it's a tough go, because it's hard work. You know, we sell it. George has been part of lots of conversations where we've heard how great a career in construction is. Mostly that's lies. Okay, it's hard, dirty, nasty work. okay? It pays well because people want to do it, and if it didn't. So, you know, the construction boom from these nation-building projects will benefit all of Canada, because whether you're a doctor that needs, you know, if you can find one in Canada, needs a place to set up, or a dental clinic needs to be built, all of that will come from the money generated from these projects.
Thanks so much, John. And we're going to come back to that whole question of prevailing wages. I'm going to have you expand on that a little bit later. So I'm going to start with some questions now and just jump right in. George, if it's all right, I'm going to start with you and ask about sort of labor market planning when it comes to major capital projects. I'm wondering if you could sort of tell us about the types of policies that are needed to make sure that, you know, we've got the workers we need, when we need them, with the right skills, and also the types of infrastructure that workers need to be successful on projects, including, you know, when they can sometimes be quite isolated. Want to talk to us a little bit about that?
So just before I answer that, can I just sort of add to,
By all means.
to John's, major projects, whether you call them nation building, we can call them whatever we want. I mean, the small modular reactor is now being called a nation building project. That was well underway. These are mini economies that sometimes people lose sight of. The multiplier effect on a major project to enable a lot of what you're talking about is tremendous. Look at any of the OPG facilities, any of the Bruce, and look at the communities that have been built around them. I guess, you know, the question is, how do we want to participate in the planning of these to be able to enable a number of other things? But as I said, I think we're in a unique, this is sort of a generational shift for us. And, you know, we talk about our own sovereignty and all of this stuff, but at the end of the day, we can right a lot of things that we've struggled with in the past. So just shifting to the labor market side, I also believe that we're in at a point today where the players in the major project sphere are more willing to work together with each other than ever. And I know they've done it in the past. I mean, many of the affiliate unions have tremendous relationships with the owner community and the contractors. But I think the idea of a tripartite table where owners and contractors and unions coming together, we're at a point now where it's becoming a reality. I personally am involved in an initiative, and John's well aware of it because he's in this space as well, where some of the energy companies are more than willing to share their demand picture on what trades they require, the scope of work, put it on the table along with local unions who are providing membership data, and contractors are providing information on how they're structuring the execution of the project. And why is all this important? Because that data is significant when you think of how you would plan your future workforce. I mean, one of the biggest challenges we have, and I believe in our apprenticeship system, is sending mixed signals out to the public on skilled trade availability, skilled trade shortages. It was here in Ottawa last year, and without naming organizations, where we had a tremendous event at the EY Center. I think I just gave it away, where we had a Level Up program promoting the trades, and the next day in the paper, and this was post-COVID, by the way, when the interest rates went up, there were announcements of skilled trade layoffs. That's a mismatch in information and what you send out. So I think it's important that we don't look at construction as homogeneous and all trades as homogeneous, that the tripartite table can come together, share information on what their needs are, and be able to do a better job on, for example, purchasing apprenticeship seats. How often have we heard apprenticeship seats that have been purchased that sit empty? Because again, there's been a mismatch between the demand picture that exists out there. So I think, you know, right now, and you called it a policy, I think we've moved beyond policy and we're moving more into the program area. The other piece is, I think this information and data is important for owners to, and I'm going to use this word very lightly, to be more mature in being able to talk to each other. The energy sector has done this in a very mature way, where two of the big players, OPG and Bruce, come together and they share their information. They work with the unions to understand what the needs are. But we have these other big projects out there, the big transit projects. We have EV plants, we have mining. Owners have to come together and start having these conversations, and I think government should be the facilitator of that. And by the way, government, quite honestly, if you look directly and indirectly through their crown agencies, are probably one of the biggest users of construction services in the province. Look at all the energy projects, the infrastructure. Not only do we invest on the apprenticeship side, but we build for them as well. So the return on investment for ensuring that you've got this table in place to share this information and better plan for the future, I believe is critical.
So George, you talked about sort of the mismatch between information that's being provided to potential trades workers. Are there any examples that are sort of top of mind with you of governments that have done this well? Who's doing this work well?
Well, I'm going to be biased and say the Ontario Tripartite Labour Resource Council, which you'll probably notice I work for. But we're in the midst of doing some pilots, and I hope John, because he's a part of it, where we have actually gotten, we call them demand profiles, so we know what mix of trades are required to build a small modular reactor. What we bring to the table along with that is a picture to OPG and ACON, what other demand is out there that could potentially pull trade, so they understand what that gap is. Projects today are much more complex and the runway is longer. So if you're looking at an apprenticeship, and many of you may recall the old sort of traditional model of apprenticeship is you indenture an apprentice and they work with that contractor throughout the life of their apprenticeship. When you're looking at attrition rates today in retirement, when a fully qualified productive journey person retires, a first-year apprentice is not a fully qualified. So we need that information to get them in there and keep them there. You know, one statistic that I think, and I just want to be careful on how I share this. This is an aggregate piece of information, both union and non-union, because the unions traditionally have done a great job here, but I don't know how many people are aware of this. The graduation rate for compulsory trades is less than 50%, and for the voluntary trades is just under 20%. Now, I know some locals and training centers have better graduation rates. That's a lost investment. And if that was any other occupation, it would be front page news. So we need to do a better job how the apprenticeship system comes together.
Great, thank you. I'm going to go to you next, Brendan. You've emphasized this distinction even in your opening comments between a mega project strategy that sort of doubles down on, what we often call the staples trap, this idea that Canada's economic development has been sort of held back by an overdependence on, exporting low value add staple exports, right? Fur, fish, timber, wheat, as opposed to a building strategy that's sort of based on more innovation and R&D and value added and taking a more holistic approach. Could you sort of expand on that distinction as you see it and sort of the pitfalls and upsides of both models?
Yeah, I mean, maybe to just respond to John a bit, the point I am making is not that there's not spin-offs of construction, not at all. The point is that I don't think we have an economic strategy that actually tries to identify and exploit more of those spin-offs and tries to coordinate sectors in a way over the long term, right? To do the type of, supply-demand matching that you're talking about. I think we often, reactively move to mega projects, whereas what we should be doing as an economy is over time in crises and when we're not in crises to actually, have the government plan our sectors and try to. So let me give you one example of that is there's a big discussion on transmission right now. We definitely need more transmission, we need more electricity. And I think there's a couple ways you can do that. You could do that with largely utility scale projects where local communities don't really play much of a role. And if we overbuild that transmission, which could happen, ratepayers are going to end up paying for it, right? We could do it in another way. We could say, actually, we really want this to be an enabler of local energy strategies. So we're going to have local energy strategies. We're going to have microgrids that are going to be able to withstand power outages. We're going to involve people in their homes so that they can charge their electric cars. They can charge their hot water tanks. People can put solar on their roofs. Local communities can put solar on the roofs. And if transmission plugs into those types of systems across the country, I think it's going to be more transformative. They're going to be able to balance our energy systems more, and the transmission's actually going to be, more of an enabler than just one single, project. And if each of those communities say, hey, the transmissions come in, this is our list of buildings that are ready to be electrified. These are, some of the local energy developments we now wanted to have to use that transmission line. I think that's the difference. And the difference in strategy is that, what we could do right now is we could be doing that local energy planning and not just kind of waiting for the transmission line to come.
And what about beyond just infrastructure? I think everyone in this room, would support the idea that healthcare is nation building, education is nation building, universal childcare is nation building. What about that other sort of non-infrastructure nation building type of investment? Do you want to sort of comment on what other types of investments we need to sort of complement this strategy?
I'll comment briefly because my day job is I work on energy efficiency. So I've been saying that, yes, we need more electricity in particular, but a great nation building project would actually be to save a whole bunch of energy across the nation. And we do that by retrofitting buildings, engaging people in smart energy use, helping industries become more competitive by reducing their energy use. If you look at that, it actually ticks a lot of boxes of what the government says it wants. Better productivity, good jobs in the trades that aren't going to be taken away by AI, affordability benefits. But I don't think a project like that is kind of on the government's radar because they're kind of passively, saying, hey, give us these major projects, we'll help you get out of environmental, assessment processes. But a nation-building project that essentially aggregates a whole bunch of little things into a big thing, in this instance, isn't quite on the agenda that I see.
Thanks for that. Adrian, I was going to sort of ask you to speak in more detail about selection criteria, but I feel like you sort of covered that really well in your opening. So I'll invite you to share anything more that you'd like to about that, but I'm going to sort of tweak my question on the fly here, which is to sort of ask you, Carney is targeting to have $1 trillion invested in major nation building projects between public funds and private funds. That is far too many zeros for most of us to comprehend, right? This is a pretty abstract concept. So in sort of more concrete, on the ground terms, what is at stake here in terms of if governments get this right or if they get it wrong?
Yeah, thanks, Anna. I mean, I think I'm going to find myself building on Brendan's points again. I think I'll actually start with something you said right at the end there around the government's passive approach. Because they say this $1 trillion figure, they kind of threw it out there. We're going to enable $1 trillion in infrastructure. That's not $1 trillion in public spending. It's actually a much, much less public spending. And it's mostly incentives. It's things like investment tax credits in the tens of billions of dollars, which sounds like a lot. But then the assumption is the private sector will come up with another $900 billion to build infrastructure in the public interest. But the way that the Major Projects Office is set up is it doesn't actually make that public interest determination. What it does is it says, you are a private developer, in some cases a public utility, but often it's private companies, come forward with your big project that you think you can make money on, and then we'll rubber stamp it. And that's kind of inherently unstrategic. It is not the federal government saying there are particular areas where we see gaps in supply chains and we need investment, and we're going to make that investment happen. It's saying, come to us with your ideas, we'll approve them. And when you do this very broad tax incentive-based approach without that kind of strategic determination, money just flows into the places it's already flowing. It's been already mentioned today, one of the big missing gaps in our supply chains is processing of critical minerals and of minerals. We do a lot of mining, and we then sell resources internationally. Other countries process them, turn them into useful stuff, and we buy them back at a much higher cost. So there's a clear gap there for refining and processing of minerals. But because no one's already doing it, you can't really incentivize them to do more of it. We need someone to make a determination that that's actually a priority economically and industrially for Canada and get in there. And ironically, we've actually done this before. One of the best examples we have of effective industrial policy in recent memory in Canada is the Trans Mountain Expansion Pipeline. I have some concerns about it being a pipeline, but it's a good example of a federal government saying there is a supply chain bottleneck. We have the private sector doing a lot of one thing, which is extracting oil, and we want to help them do that better by fixing this bottleneck, and we're going to get in there with public money. We don't care if it makes its money back. We're going to subsidize it, but it's going to enable all this private activity. And it kind of has done that. It's actually very successful industrial policy. with some very big asterisks around, in particular, Indigenous rights and climate. But the point is, we could be doing more of that proactive work using, for example, crown corporations and direct public spending to fill in gaps in supply chains that make the whole economy work better. And we were talking about roads before, and I think what you mentioned is exactly what I'm talking about. The road doesn't have to make money as long as it enables the economic activity. The public transit doesn't have to make money as long as it gets people to work. You know, the electricity transmission doesn't have to make money as long as it enables the electricity generation, which then businesses and homes can use. So the infrastructure just has to work and enable everything else to happen. We don't need the infrastructure itself to be profit-making. But if our whole orientation around projects is we're waiting for a profit-motivated private proponent to come forward, those projects don't come forward.
John, I wanted to ask you to expand on something that you mentioned earlier, and that's this whole concept of industry prevailing wages. And it's always been the labor movement's position that if public funds are being invested in a project, then that project should pay industry prevailing wages. And so I wonder if you could sort of explain to participants here what we mean by that, and maybe also just talk about some of the other preconditions, things around health and safety, things like apprenticeship, that when you're sort of using a project labor agreement framework, you stop those projects from being a race to the bottom, that it's not just about the lowest bid, but the project with the greatest value, with the highest rate of return, which measures things like quality and training and diversity hiring. Tell us about that.
Okay, well, to be brief on it, I actually had a note on this. Just to sum it up really in a short statement, prevailing wage policies ensure construction dollars support skilled workers, strong training programs, fair competition, raising the standards across the entire industry rather than rewarding a race to the bottom. So by saying that, the prevailing wage rate is set statistically at $58 an hour or $55 an hour, and someone who is not represented by a trade union secures a project and they have to pay that rate, then first of all, you've leveled the competition for trade unions, which is important to me and many of my members and all members of other building trades. You've also you've raised the boat. The boat, like the rising tide lifts all the boats. So those workers all of a sudden, first of all, realize what they should be making if they weren't making it previously, which the idea is that they probably weren't. An employer isn't profiteering. Being part of a trade union, what it really means is you get a little fair shake of the money. I'm not saying it's perfect. We're not perfect. It's not a perfect system, but it's the best we can do by sticking together. And to get that fair share, we're able to achieve some level of that, but pushing for prevailing wage with our communities, whether it's municipal, federal, especially on like CFB projects, projects of that nature, it opens the eyes to the people that maybe haven't had a chance to join a trade union, that they realize that's why we got this, because the union guys are making a little bit more, and they grow into that income over a long project. And then they start looking for that membership. They start realizing what they could have. And, as working people sometimes do forget to dream a little bit, realistically dream, I mean, by, like, I could have a better job because, you have your bills set out, you know what you're making. Say you're making $600, $700 a week non-union, and you could be making $1,400, $1,500 a week union with a health plan and a pension. But you know what? The mortgage, the car payment, my children's tutoring, like all those things are on workers at a trade level that, going and you know what? It's mostly men in the construction industry. We're seeing that change. We're getting more women in there, and I think that's helping us, demand a little bit more on the family front. But like men typically, I hope this isn't an offensive statement, but we tend to we don't change direction till we get to the edge. You know, we tend to, we know what we have, everything's working, like don't mess up anything. And you know, till that union organizer shows up or you get to a job with prevailing wage, you don't realize what you've been missing. You didn't realize what you didn't have. And you know, having that opportunity to you know, get that wage because of legislation, it will open people's eyes and allow the dream to happen there, and they will seek, you know, that change in direction before, you know, they realize that I'm 55 years old, my knees are shot from working at the trade, my shoulders are burned out, the soft tissue is damaged, and I have no pension, and I'm not going to see OAS or anything till 65. You know, you need a little financial independence to retire from construction. Okay, you need that, or you're going to have to find a job probably that pays a lot less than your non-union rate if you're a non-union, but that's what trade unions do. And if we push that prevailing wage legislation on big public projects, even if I want every one of them to go union, and I think they will, but because of our labor mobility, as much as it is a struggle, George, we seem to get there somehow, and it is a struggle sometimes, but that's what trade unions also facilitate for the economy, is the movement of workers to those projects. But you know, having those opportunities, and as people that have a union, you know, the fortunate people, we can't forget about those who don't. And sometimes our organizers don't reach everybody. We're trying to, and we're doing our best, but you know, there's a lot of employers that have a lot of crafty ways to avoid it, you know, and we have some great labor legislation in parts of this country, but other parts of this country, Alberta, for example, has horrible labor legislation, which doesn't allow those facilities to happen. So prevailing wage, you know, if it becomes a soundbite and happens in those parts of the country where there's projects that are nation building, it will raise all the boats and help working people.
Thanks, John. So when prevailing wages are paid, what are sort of the other benefits that you see on job sites? What would your members say are the big difference between sites that pay prevailing wages and sites that don't?
Well, right off the bat, if it's a big project and you had to travel there, the accommodations, you know, where workers will live, like, you know, 5 guys in a small hotel room, because there's just not enough money, and you're already paying. When you go on the road in construction, I take for granted what George is very close to our industry, and other people in the room that are from construction know, is that, you know, it's 2 sets of bills, okay? You have 2 sets of bills. You have a mortgage, you have an apartment, you have rent, whatever, at home, and then you go somewhere else and you have all the same expenses, except you don't have a washing machine or a dryer, and you know, and whether you took a vehicle or flew across the country because of the distance, you may not have wheels. So, I mean, the prevailing wage means you might have a better life, like work balance, like, so financially beyond that economy is seeing, that's the other thing. Construction workers, we don't hoard up our money, by the way. We spend it on trucks that are too big sometimes. We drink, we eat, we, you know, romance, whatever, right? All of it's an expense. We don't hold on to any of it. So, I mean, there's no better way to get money back from the economy than putting it in a construction worker's pocket, because it will burn a hole right through it, okay?
The romance multiplier effect we've just learned about. Fantastic.
Twice as much with a construction worker.
Well, thank you all. I'm getting the sign on the monitors here that we've only got about 1 or 2 minutes left. So I do want to just give a quick opportunity for everyone maybe to do a bit of a quick commercial if folks are interested in learning more about what you've talked about today, sort of following your line of argument and your key points. Where can they find you? Where can they learn more?
Well, I'm here right now, but if you go online and Google Ontario Tripartite Labour Resource Council, you'll get a good sense of the work we do. And we're a fledgling organization. We've been around since 2023. As I've already mentioned to you, we work with a number of the energy companies, but we've gone beyond that. We're working with transit companies. And just one question, just one thought I wanted to put down because of the conversation around nation building and what's a major project. I guess a conversation we're going to have is what exactly is a major project, because I do consider the $2 billion Ottawa Hospital build here in Ottawa a major project. So we have to have that discussion, because the foundation of every build is a skilled trade worker, and the competencies needed, both technical, and I haven't brought up the other piece, is health and safety. You do not want to put a worker in harm's way because you're so anxious to get them to the site to build that they don't have the health and safety competencies required. So to me, that's sort of top of mind as well.
Yeah. Great. Brendan?
Sure. So my day job is I helped create this organization called Efficiency Canada, and we work on building an energy efficient economy. Energy efficiency is a very large, low-cost resource, which is often not fully appreciated, that we could be taking much greater advantage of. If you want to check out stuff I've written about industrial policy, economic history, I usually write that stuff for the Broadbent Institute, so go to the Broadbent Institute website.
Fantastic. And Hadrian does a regular publication. Tell
I
us
do,
about
yeah.
that.
Well,
It's
first of
excellent.
all, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives has a table in the hall, so come by, say hi. I also write a newsletter called Shiftstorm, which is all about this stuff. It's about climate, labor, industrial policy, so you should totally subscribe to that. It's at policyalternatives.ca/shiftstorm. Check that out. And if your organization is not already part of the Green Economy Network, check that out as well. It's a coalition of labor, environmental, and civil society organizations working on these sorts of issues. It'd be great to have you at the table. You can learn about them at greeneconomynet.ca.
So for the UA across Canada, if you're interested in finding the UA, whether you're looking for a career or for work or a project, there's 33 joint training centers, 33 joint training committees, 27 local unions, 13,000 apprentices, and over 50,000 Red Seal tradespeople. And across the continent, with the international, 394,000 UA members in North America. And we're affiliated with Ireland and Australia as well. So if there's pipe somewhere, there's a good chance that a UA member has handled it and worked on it. If it's in the medical gas system in a hospital, or the drinking water and drainage in your home, or the chemical piping or power sector piping in a nuke plant, that's where our organization has been and will hopefully continue to be, as long as we stay vigilant.
Perfect. Great. Well, thank you so much, and thank you to all of you for spending part of your afternoon with us. I hope that the Prime Minister will take some time to watch a YouTube of this panel and learn something about how to approach major projects. Thank you, and have a great afternoon.
Thank you to everyone for that extremely insightful panel. All right, now we are heading into that sort of interesting time in the program where we have multiple sessions running at the same time in different places. So here's what you need to know to plan your next move. Starting shortly here in the ballroom is Repairing the Foundations of Canadian Medicare, a part of our dedicated nation-building session suite.
Now, you do have other options as well. Up on the conference level, we've got 2 other sessions coming up. So in the Grand Salon, the Canadian Teachers Federation is presenting public education, union rights, and the fight against the centralisation of power. Cette discussion portera sur les pressions qui s'exercent actuellement sur le système d'éducation publique et sur les façons dont on peut y résister, ensemble. And in the Chaudière room, learn how progressives can punch through the noise and reclaim the digital town square in YouTube, the untapped frontier of progressive campaigns.
After those sessions, we're going to break for some more coffee, and then folks will have the option to join us here, back in the ballroom, for a panel on rebuilding nation-to-nation relations with MP Leah Gazan and Brandy Morin. Or you can head upstairs for Decentralized Trust, how to integrate word of mouth into your digital strategy with digital strategists from the CLC and from SOCIA. Wherever you go this afternoon, you'll find bold ideas and real strategies for defending democracies across borders. So take a moment, find your bearings, and we'll see you again shortly for our panel on repairing the foundations of Canadian Medicare. Thanks, everyone. Hello, everybody. We are back. In this next panel, we're going to dive deep into the state of Canada's healthcare system. As Canadians, universal healthcare is a defining feature of our collective identity, something that marks us as distinct from our neighbors south of the border. But across Canada, the foundations of universal healthcare are under threat. The new Carney government's nation-building initiatives do not currently include plans to repair the foundations of Canadian Medicare or to expand it to make it truly universal. But what if they did? What would a nation-building approach to Canadian healthcare look like, and how would we get there? Moderating the discussion is Adrian Harewood, Associate Professor of Journalism at Carleton University. He's joined by President of the Canadian Medical Association, Dr. Margot Brunel, and Broadbent Research Fellow and University of Toronto Professor, Dr. Daniel Raza. Please join me in welcoming today's panel.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How are you? Are you okay? It's been a long day. It's good to see all of you. Good to see all of you. So my name is Adrian Harewood, and it's an honor for me to have this opportunity to be presiding over this panel this afternoon. We are joined, of course, by Dr. Margot Brunel, the President of the Canadian Medical Association, and also Dr. Dan Raza, a Research Fellow here at the Broadbent Institute. Welcome to you both.
Thank you, Adrian.
very much.
Thanks so much. I wanted to begin this way. The theme of this summit is defending democracy across borders. And democracy can be understood as the principle that each individual is worthy to have a say in elections, or worthy enough to have free speech, and worthy enough to have equal access to health care. From your positions, what are some of the biggest threats to people's equal access to health care in Canada right now? And Dr. Brunel, I'll begin with you.
So thank you for the opportunity. So when we think about access and we think about the values of the Canadian health system, we think about transparency, equity, access, and accountability. And currently, we're not seeing that across the country. We're seeing large disparities in care. We're seeing inequities. And so really, we need to escalate healthcare and the value of healthcare forward to all levels of government, so from our municipalities up to the federal government. And so that's really critically important, that healthcare is important and access to care, especially primary care, is really critically important because it affects how long you live, how well you live, and we really need healthy communities. So the examples I would bring about where the disparities are, there are over 6 million people that currently don't have access to a primary care health professional. And so that's an issue. They don't get the screening they need. They don't get the follow-up of complex problems. We have long waiting lists for specialties, long waiting lists for diagnostics. So that's really an issue. The next is that human resources and the availability of human resources, both of physicians and allied health professionals, varies tremendously across the country, from our densely populated urban centers to our more rural centers. So that's an area of issue. We're a federated state, and provinces and territories are the ones that implement healthcare, but it leaves us operating in silos, and so there's inequities there because best practices are not easily shared across the country, and we can certainly all learn and not revisit those processes that haven't worked well. With respect to our Indigenous communities, we want to walk with them in them developing care and care for themselves and how they would like to see their health care provided. And so that is in follow-up to our apology to Indigenous people and to follow up on our action plan. We're fighting misinformation and we're fighting disinformation, and that's creating problems with trust. And once again, that is really related to access to care. And then with respect to the...
Sorry, patient trust.
Patient trust,
right.
yes.
Okay.
And then the next is really on the democracy side, and that is really governments implementing recommendations without really involving grassroots providers. And we've seen that in Alberta, we've seen that in Quebec with respect to Bill S2 and Bill 26. And so that really leads to physicians not wanting to practice there, changing their practice, changing their scopes of practice. Physicians want to be engaged. They have the solutions. They want to bring them forward. And as much as a patient wants to be heard when they go to their physician, physicians want to be heard when they're chatting with government.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Raza?
So I agree with, I think, almost everything Dr. Burnell said. I think for me, fundamentally, what's broken is our conversation about the healthcare system. There's this narrative that we hear all the time from pundits and some politicians that healthcare spending in Canada is out of control and we just can't afford any new investments in Medicare. But, you know, frankly, that is a conversation, and I'll tell you exactly why it's a broken conversation. But the problem with that conversation, too, is it creates this scarcity mentality for those of us who believe in universal health care, where we feel the need to circle the wagons and defend what we have, as opposed to spending our time and energy fighting for something better. And I'll tell you empirically why this conversation is broken. Every single dollar that's spent on healthcare in Canada, 70 cents or 70% comes from public sources and 30% comes privately. Okay, but what does that mean? Let's put the US aside for a second, right? We're turning away from the US and we're looking more and more towards Europe and the EU. Countries like Germany, France, Netherlands, the UK, and the Nordics, they all spend 80% or more of every single healthcare dollar on their public healthcare system. We are the only country with a universal healthcare system that does not include a universal drug plan. And not only that, but in the past 5 years, this is data according to the Canadian Institute of Health Information, it is private healthcare spending that has grown faster than public healthcare spending. So if it was up to me, I would have a reset on our conversation and I would actually be saying, we are spending too much privately on our healthcare system. And in fact, private healthcare spending is what's driving overall rising costs. And if we want to get overall spending out of control in a way that also makes all of us healthier, well, the most cost-effective, the most efficient, and frankly, the morally right choice is to double down and invest in single-payer healthcare.
I want to go a little bit deeper there, because when you imagine, or rather when you think of the healthcare system of your dreams, right? What's required to get there? You know, so first of all, in terms of the conversations that need to be happening, and then obviously the resources that need to be invested. So what, you know, how do we get there to that healthcare system that you dream of?
Well, I think the good news is we're actually taking a lot of steps to get there to begin with. I think pharmacare is a great example where it's an area where there's clearly unsustainable rising costs, in part because of our multi-payer system and the structural problems that brings in. We have years of empiric evidence, of peer-reviewed data. Even the last two advisory councils that were commissioned by this federal government, the last report was released in December by the National Committee on Pharmacare, Expert Committee on Pharmacare, and then 2019 we had the Advisory Council on the Implementation of National Pharmacare. I had to say that really fast, it's a mouthful, but that was led by former Ontario Minister of Health, Dr. Eric Hoskins, that all have been saying the same thing over and over again, and that's, you know, let's expand Medicare to include universal prescription drug coverage. And I bring that up as an example because to me, the bottleneck is not the lack of evidence or solutions that we can import as best practices from other countries. We actually know what to do, but frankly, the lack is political will. And we saw that, we're seeing that right now with pharmacare. Bill C-64 was passed before the prior election, and we had 4 provinces and territories sign on. After the last federal election, we've had no agreements. We've had 0 agreements, and that's despite premiers in Newfoundland and other Atlantic provinces speaking out and saying, we want to join the club. We want to join BC, Manitoba, Yukon, and PEI. So I think for me, you know, I come from a place of evidence. My work is, I describe as evidence-based and values-driven, and I think we've established, and as Dr. Brunel, she's also articulated many of the solutions that we need, including for primary care. I think the challenge for us is a political one, is how do we push this forward in a way that we can actually have the support from our elected leaders.
Dr. Brunel, the same question to you. Like when you think about the healthcare system of your dreams, what does that look like, and what needs to happen in order to get there?
So the healthcare of my dreams would be really a standardization of what patients can expect for primary care, specialty care, and access, whether they live in New Brunswick, my home province, live in BC, or live in the most rural parts of our country, both north and south. I think one of our biggest gaps is really health resource planning, and also assessing what local communities need. So you really need a combination of looking forward and being proactive, and you need to understand what your local community need is, what the gaps are, and have a dialogue with those communities.
There are folks out there who are longtime critics of the public health care system who right now are lauding what's going on in Alberta, right? They believe that the reforms that Danielle Smith and her government have made to the healthcare system, they see this as being progress. They see this as being a sign that finally there's real change in the Canadian healthcare system. And of course, I'm kind of talking about Bill 11. Alberta's Bill 11, which is now law, and it makes Alberta the first province to formally legislate a model where physicians can both bill the government for publicly funded patient care and bill patients privately for the same services. Dr. Brunel, from the CMA's perspective, what kind of threat do you think this legislation poses to the Canadian healthcare system and also access to care as we know it?
So I think it poses a huge threat to the healthcare system, and that's why CMA is so concerned about that. I think every physician's primary reason to be in medicine is to have the patient's interests at heart. We want them to have their best health. So if we start from that as being what we can all agree upon, does this legislation lead to that? And no, it doesn't. So Alberta is saying...
Why doesn't it?
Yep, Alberta is saying, you know, if you just throw money at the system, we're getting no better results. But now they're throwing further money, but into the private system. And so what we've seen is that when you have private systems, you have better outcomes. You have worse outcomes from morbidity, mortality, patient satisfaction, and the wait lists on the public and private side actually go up. And so we were on the Hill today to say with other stakeholders that we have a call to action to put this proposal on hold and to ask Minister Michel and Prime Minister Carney to enforce the Canada Health Act. And I think that's really critically important.
Danielle Smith is going to say that really she's trying to save the system. She's trying to save the public healthcare system, and that in fact she's trying to ensure that doctors are retained and that doctors stay within the system. Why is she wrong?
She's respectfully wrong because we do not have enough physicians in the system is one. We do not have enough healthcare providers. And so you're going to bleed the public system for the private system. The other is that patients are going, and physicians and healthcare professionals are going to be very confused on how they're dealing with these patients. And instead of triaging them on the acuity of their illness, the necessity to have it done, there will be other interests, monetary interests, patients with lower complexity, lower comorbidities, healthier patients, and they will be the ones that can access the system and profit from it. Our position and the position when we've surveyed our membership is we want a publicly funded system whereby the ability to pay is not a barrier to accessing quality of care.
Dr. Raza, your response to the passing of Bill 11?
I mean, I don't think I have anything to add to Dr. Burnell's. I think she articulated it so well, and you know, this is such a welcome show of leadership from the Canadian Medical Association. I agree. You know, Bill 11 is a clear attack on single-payer universal health care. It will take a limited pool of healthcare workers. It will take them out of the public system for folks who can pay their way to the front of the line. And you know, as anyone who has ever heard the term social determinants of health, then you know that if you are wealthier, you are going to be healthier. So it's a very regressive way to allocate resources to our healthcare system. And this is not a theoretical concern. We've seen this in countries that do have dual practice, where wait lists get longer after it's introduced in places like, you know, Australia and other jurisdictions. You know, the other thing that's also worth pointing out is Danielle Smith is saying, well, you know, it's okay, we're going to institute safeguards, we're going to put caps on the number of hours that doctors can work in a private system. Well, we also have evidence that this doesn't work. The UK had a similar attempt, and it was so routinely violated that the next time there were contract renewals between the physicians in the UK and the UK government, they didn't even address this issue. They just let that clause in their agreement go by the wayside. Ireland attempted a similar thing, and their Auditor General found that 20% of physicians were violating these caps. And so, of course, it's not all doctors. Dr. Burnell and I are here as examples of, you know, physicians who believe in universal health care. But that financial incentive is enough that it will have a disproportionate impact on care. And the safeguards that we are being told by Premier Smith that will protect the public system, that's simply not the case.
Is it the case that everywhere where this dual practice system has been instituted, implemented, that the system has deteriorated? You mentioned Australia, but there's also a dual practice system in Denmark. There's a dual practice system in the Netherlands, in Germany. Is it failure there in those jurisdictions too?
Yeah, you know, there are healthcare systems across the world are struggling with many issues that actually we have in common. We have colleagues from Germany here, and yesterday we were having lunch together, and they were asking me lessons that the Canadian healthcare system could teach them about chronic disease management, which was a bit funny, because that is like one of the main challenges that we're also facing here, is how do we tackle chronic disease? And it's because that is a common challenge across healthcare systems, particularly in higher income countries. And it's our single-payer healthcare system that insulates us from some of the problems that other countries are faced that have multi-tier systems. You know, there was actually a bit of a natural experiment. This was years ago, but Taiwan years ago, 20, 30 years ago, wanted to completely redesign its healthcare system, essentially from scratch. And so they commissioned healthcare experts from across the world to try and figure out, okay, well, if we're going to build our healthcare system from scratch, what is it going to look like? And they built a model that was essentially modeled after the Canadian system, in the sense of having a system of national health insurance where there was low to no barriers to care when it came to cost. And they did that in a way that also took advantage of technology and integrated health system records, which is something that we haven't done. We don't have the same opportunity to build our healthcare system from scratch. But to me, it was a really powerful sign that despite all of the challenges that we're facing and we need to work hard to fix, the solution isn't to throw away the fundamental principles that uphold Medicare. It's actually to use those as a template to build everything else that we know that we need to take care of one another.
You know, again, Danielle Smith and her supporters are going to say that this dual practice system is actually going to help with wait times. And the Fraser Institute, a good friend of yours, is going to say that this is the panacea. This is the solution. Again, Dr. Burnell, why is that wrong?
So we've seen in Manitoba, for example, that they had cataract surgery done, and those that were public was 4 weeks, those that were private the wait list was 10 weeks, and those that were dual were 24 weeks. So I think those numbers really speak for themselves.
I don't think they're clapping for me. You talked about misinformation, and in talking about democracy and health, the topic of misinformation AI is top of mind for Canadians. In a survey that the CMA conducted, it was found that 77% of Canadians are worried about the rise of health information coming from the United States, and that this concern alone has eroded trust in Canadian news media. How do you get Canadians to trust their doctors? What in the face of this? What is to be done?
The most important thing is to ensure that patients have access to their healthcare teams and to their professionals, and that the patients bring the information that they have obtained online or from their friends or social networks, so that there can be a good discussion within the clinic room of what they're looking at, what their concerns are. And then once you have built a trusting relationship with the patient and the patient feels heard, then you can work together to establish their diagnosis and treatment plan and their goals of care and what their healthcare journey should look like. So we need, number one, to ensure that we have good access. Number two, we need to make sure that we create health and digital literacy so that individuals, when they do go online for a whole variety of reasons, can really be curious about the information that they're seeing. Is it reliable? Is it reputable? Can it be reproduced? Has it come from an academic institution or a specialty association? Or is it a doctor that's not even licensed somewhere? So this is really critical. Our survey showed that 85% of those surveyed did trust their own private family physician healthcare provider to help them navigate that information stream. So,
and yet many of them are still turning to AI, are they not?
So, 25% trusted AI and 50% took the advice from AI. So that was really a very, interesting comment and number when I saw that report. We really need to get good information. And the reason why is, what's the downside? Well, the downside is the harm. And so when patients take information with respect to diagnosis or treatment, 5% or 5 times the risk of self-harm is reported. So people are having harm. They're delaying diagnosis, they're delaying treatment, they're getting the wrong treatment, they're getting the wrong side effects. And so they're costing, that costs the healthcare system more, but more importantly, patients aren't getting better.
Dr. Raza, I would imagine that in your practice, I know that you practice in downtown Toronto, in the Regent Park community. I think you say your practice has some 600, you have 600 patients. I would imagine that they're patients who are consulting AI while they're also consulting you. Yeah.
I mean, I think for me, it comes down to an issue that underlines so much of the healthcare system, and that's trust. So I do have, routinely I have patients who've come in and who have read something on the internet or seen an ad, and they want to know, Dr. Raza, I read this, I saw this, what do you think about it? And my approach is like, I want to see it, I want to read it, bring it in, let's break it down, let's talk about it together. And my practice in Toronto is now 11 years old, so I've known many of my patients for more than a decade. And so we have that trusting relationship where we can have these conversations, and then I can break it down for them. And maybe there's something in there that I agree with, and maybe there's something in there that I think is actually quite harmful. Maybe there's stuff in there that I think is benign. But the point is that they trust me and I trust them, and we can have this conversation together. And so for me, it really comes, like fighting misinformation really comes down to this bond of trust. And the challenge is that there are 6 million people in this country that don't have access to a regular family doctor or a nurse practitioner or primary care team. My patients have access to me, so we can have that conversation. But there are 6 million people in our country that don't, and so they feel like they don't have, they can't get a timely appointment. They have to rely on walk-in clinics or emergency departments where this is not, those are not the places to have these conversations, so they turn to, now it's ChatGPT, but it used to be, Reddit or online. It's just the newest manifestation of online misinformation. So for me, dealing with this is about giving people the spaces to have trusted conversations. And right now, there are too many people who don't have that spaces. So we fix this like we fix many problems in our healthcare system, and that's making sure we build out team-based care for primary care, make sure that people have a place to go, a medical home, an NP, an MD, whatever we can make work.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Dr. Brunel.
So the other is just to put some guardrails around what's out there on AI. And our survey was very clear. 90% felt that both the vendors as well as government was responsible for that. And so they're looking to ensure that these platforms have reputable information, and that if there's not, that they get reported. So we're advocating very strongly with respect to that, about the guardrails, the standards, the templates for AI on a national level.
Mm-hmm. So far we've spent a lot of the conversation talking about threats to the public healthcare system, to the information people rely on to make decisions about their health. And that feels a little dark. What progress, recent or otherwise, gives you genuine confidence that these challenges are surmountable? And Dr. Raza, maybe I'll begin with you.
So I'm going to start my answer in a bit of an unexpected place, and that's taxes. So I think one of the other realities right now is we are not being attentive to the healthcare system. And we are
not, when you say we are not attentive.
Yeah, I would say, those of us working in the trenches are doing our damnedest to be attentive, but we're not funding services, we're not expanding public health care. And what's happening is people are waiting for care longer than they should. We're losing that sense of social solidarity in universal health care. It's still there, but it's fraying. And what's happening is people who can afford to pay to jump the line, even if it comes at the expense of other people, are beginning to do so. And there are companies and investors out there that are very happy to service this request. And it's happening at a time when income inequality in our country is at the highest level that Statistics Canada has measured. Now, you asked me what makes me hopeful, and I think I'm just scaring everyone more, but the reason that this gives me hope is we have a choice, right? We have a choice to continue with the status quo, or I actually agree that wealthy people should pay more for excellent health care. Okay, everyone saw exactly where I was going. But we also have to have an adult conversation about progressive taxation. Because, we're at a conference here about social democracy, and the social democratic conception of healthcare is one where everyone pays according to their means so that we all have access to the same high-quality healthcare system. But we need to have robust progressive taxation to do that. We heard earlier about this initiative from our SPD colleagues in Germany who are pushing an estate tax. We have the, we heard yesterday from DSA organizers about Mamdani and, his push for a wealth tax in New York. So it really feels like we're at a moment where we can now have this grown-up conversation about taxes, so it can support the health and social care that we know we all deserve and is also consistent with our values and really the design of how you can have a high-functioning healthcare system.
And more money needs to be invested in the system?
It's a yes and. So yes,
can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so yes, we need more money, but we should not be spending more money to do the same things that we've always done. I've talked about pharmacare a lot, so I'm not going to talk about that more, but there are so many other opportunities. There's primary care. The old way of doing primary care, which was a family doctor and a secretary, doesn't work anymore, right? The complexity of chronic disease has changed so much. I'm one of the lucky folks who gets to work as part of a team. It's me, along with other physician colleagues and nurses, but also social workers, physiotherapists, psychologists, dietitians, so we can give a full suite of services to our patient. That's how you do modern primary care. That's how you do it. And it's not spending money to do the things we used to do 30 years ago. It's about spending money differently to do it now. Another thing that gives me hope is, this is a bit esoteric, but I think it's really important. People will remember the prior Minister of Health, Mark Holland, issued this Canada Health Act interpretation letter just over a year ago, where he said that we need to update our interpretation of the CHA. The CHA really only covers two things in its definition of universality.
The Canada Health Act.
Canada Health, thank you, yeah. Hospitals and doctors. But since it passed in 1984, scopes of practices for all other sorts of healthcare workers have expanded. And so, no healthcare worker is replaceable from another, but there are some things that I do that a nurse practitioner can do, that also a pharmacist can do, but we haven't expanded our definition of universality, so the Canada Health Act, the Canada Health Act historically has not covered these services. But that interpretation letter said, we're reinterpreting the CHA, so now those services, those physician equivalent services, again, no healthcare workers are interchangeable, but those equivalent services are now under the CHA. They are now part of our universal healthcare system, and the date for implementation is in less than a month, in April 1st, 2026. So that gives me hope. We are facing many, many challenges, but we are also getting our wins. We're not just playing defense. We are playing offense, and I think we have to lean into that offense.
I do want to get to Dr. Burnell, but I want to ask just a follow-up question. Is there a system, a public healthcare system, that you think Canadians could be learning from out there?
Yeah, I mean, every system that has evolved in every country has evolved according to its unique circumstances. So there is no system that we can completely copy and expect to work here, but that doesn't mean that we can't learn from other folks. So for example, when it comes to primary care, there are countries that have 95% or more of the residents in their borders have access to primary care.
Like where?
So that's not one of the examples I'm going to talk about, but Anne will tell you more. So the Nordic countries, the UK, and the Netherlands, and in fact, they're so successful. Of course, they all have their own unique problems. This blew my mind. There was a great paper on this in the Canadian Medical Association Journal, that walk-in clinics do not exist. They don't exist because people have access to after-hours care and prompt regular care at their home site. So we can copy those. Similarly, when it comes to pharmacare, a lot of the modeling that has been done on the sort of system that we need has been modeled on the success of New Zealand, which is a much smaller country. And so if New Zealand can do it, we can do it here. There are all sorts of lessons that we can learn from other countries.
Dr. Burnell, in terms of progress that's being made.
So I'll take sort of the more pragmatic approach. So access to primary healthcare teams, I think, is really critically important. And within this province, there's been introduction of 78 new or expanded healthcare teams under the leadership of the former Minister of Health, Jane Philpott. So I think that's critically important. The opportunity there, to get to Dr. Raz's point, is that when individuals visit these primary care teams, they may need to see the physician because they have a new diagnosis of cancer. And so they need to know what the investigations are going to look like, what they may hear from the consultants, what they may expect with respect to treatment and outcome. But they may be there because they don't know when to take their medication, or they may be there because they don't have a drug card, and so they really need to see the social worker. So every profession working to its maximum scope, I think, is really critically important. And the other two things that enhance that are really the ability for the team to share their information. And so the Connected Care for Canadian Act was recently reintroduced as Bill S5. And that will ensure that patients have access to their data, but the barriers for data sharing are broken down. And so the information will be seamless. And so when you go to your family doctor, you've had your chest pain, you've been to Emerge, you've had your ECG, you've had your stress test, you've got some new medications, and you're back to your family doctor's office saying, well, what does that mean? Am I going to have a normal life expectancy? They will be able, with one click, hopefully, to see all of that information and those recommendations. And that is good use of technology, that's good use of AI, that's good use of this data interoperability. So we're advocating, we're seeing gains on that, and hopefully that legislation will go through. And so that makes the system more efficient. So yes, we need more money to the system, but we need to spend it wisely. We need to decide what our goals are for us, and more importantly, you need to decide what your goals of care are. What do you want to see from your Canadian healthcare system, and at what cost?
Dr. Raz, we have about 30 seconds to go. Final word to you.
So I just want to plug another opportunity to continue this conversation. At the end of this month, on March 27th, another organization that I am very proud to be a part of is Canadian Doctors for Medicare. And we are hosting our annual Better Medicare Health Summit in Toronto, but there's also a virtual option. I would love to see many of the folks in this room there as well. If you want to register, find my little bio on the conference app, and the link to register is in my bio. If you have any questions about attending that, please come and chat with me as well, because we're really trying to build this coalition, build this movement for better Medicare.
I think we're going to end it there. You know, I should mention that you're the other Ottawan on this stage. We're the two Ottawans, so I'll give a shout out to Gloucester High School. You're a proud graduate of Gloucester High School here in Ottawa. Dr. Brunel and also Dr. Raza, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, everyone, for that incredibly insightful discussion. And as the ED of Canadians for Tax Fairness, I would be remiss if I did not piggyback on what Daniel Raza just said, to note that if we implemented a wealth tax starting at 1% on wealth over $10 million, scaling up to 3% on wealth over $100 million, we could bring in $500 billion in 10 years to pay for healthcare. So, with that in mind, we're going to take a short coffee break, a chance to stretch, grab a warm drink, and reflect on the ideas that we've been shared so far. A quick reminder that Ramneek Johal, who's the associate editor of Press Progress, will be at Press Progress's booth during the next break, so stop by if you'd like to say hi. You can also stop by the Canadians for Tax Fairness booth right over there and have a chat with us about the wealth tax that I just mentioned. Coffee will be available in the lobby. Thanks again to our coffee break sponsors, Point Blank, the CFNU, UA Local 46, and TCEU 416. And we'll be back here in 15 minutes for the next session. Enjoy your break.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Salut tout le monde. Bienvenue. Alors, I hope everyone had a wonderful opportunity to recharge during this last break. Now, since the first day that Carney announced his nation-building plans, many have raised concerns that the fast-tracked processing of major projects risks bypassing environmental regulations, legal obligations, and the principle of free, prior, and informed consent. At the same time, the infrastructure gaps in First Nations have yet to be prioritized or addressed. This next panel will try to understand what a real nation-to-nation relationship looks like that respects sovereignty, builds social infrastructure, and ensures we defend rights and democracy across all territories. Please join me in welcoming to the stage journalist Brandy Moran and MP for Winnipeg Centre, Leah Gazan.
Tanse, hello everybody again. Thanks for coming out to this very, very important and timely session. I have followed Leah's work for many years, and it's the first time that we have actually met in person today. So it's quite a privilege to be here with you.
Oh, absolutely. It's a real honor to meet you, Brandy, and we have a lot in common, including our height.
I know. We were just talking about that. All right. So regarding Bill C-45, don't you think that when it comes to nation building, it's harder to build relationships under duress? Now, I understand one of the most pressing issues that many people might not be aware of is the connections that this bill has with the genocide that's unfolding here in Canada. So Bill C-5 explicitly allows Cabinet to exempt major projects from the Fisheries Act, the Species at Risk Act, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, and the Impact Assessment Act. Leah, you said the bill fails to hold corporations accountable in cases where violence is inflicted on Indigenous women and girls. A call for justice from the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls National Inquiry. Can you tell us more about the connections with missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and Bill C-45?
Well, I think just to frame Bill C-5, Bill C-5, the Building Canada's Acts to advance in an unprecedented way projects of national interest was fast-tracked through Parliament without the consultation of Indigenous peoples, in violation of the Constitution, in violation of Section 35 rights, but also with the exclusion of voices of Indigenous women. And I'll tell you why that's important, and I'm sure we'll get into other discussions about the problems with Bill C-5. In 2022, the Status of Women Committee actually facilitated a study. And basically what the study was it was in response to calls for justice 13.1 to 13.5 of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. And the study explored the correlation between resource extraction and increased violence against Indigenous women and girls. Very rarely in Parliament, it's very rare in Parliament that you get agreement across party lines. I don't think anybody would find it surprising here, but I often don't have the same viewpoints as conservatives. Certainly liberals, especially the liberals that we're dealing with right now, it received unanimous support across party lines. And one of the reasons was because the study wasn't really about whether you support resource extraction or not. The study was about if you are going to facilitate resource extraction, then you must ensure that corporations are accountable for community safety. And that was a principle that we were able to all agree on. And it's no surprise, and certainly it's come up in the NDP leadership race, this whole question around the safety of Indigenous communities and resource extraction. You know, worker camps that I call man camps, and I'll tell you why I do. So according to Statistics Canada, men compose between 79 and 82% of the mining, quarry, and oil and gas extraction centers. So the majority of workers in these camps are actually male. And there's a lot of examples in violence. For example, in Fort St. James area, the local RCMP found that there was a 38% increase in sexual assaults during the first year of construction phase of an industrial project, as well as an increase in sex work in areas where there was an increased industrial trafficking. And this doesn't just impact Brandy, it doesn't just impact communities, it also impacts workers. And I'll go into it, explain it a little bit more. Lard Aboriginal Women's Society stated that mining projects in northern BC and the Yukon found that 36% of women workers had to quit their jobs, citing reasons such as sexual harassment, sexual discrimination, fear of rape, needs of family and children, pregnancy, and feeling isolated in remote camp with poor accommodations, poor pay, and bad treatment. And nearly 3/4 of respondents experienced discrimination in mining workplace based on gender or sexual orientation, race, or indigeneity. And these are really important discussions because we often talk about, you know, building good jobs, creating good unionized jobs. I want to let you know, Brandy, that I am totally in support of building good unionized jobs. You know, people need pay. They need livable wages. You know, people I don't believe work in oil and gas because they love oil and gas, like the pin says. I think people work in oil and gas because they want to feed their kids. They want to house their kids. They want to be able to eat and support themselves. But that should never be a decision between ensuring worker safety and community safety and the ability to create a vibrant economy. And I share that because when we talk about very often in political discourse right now, in fact, and this is coming up because we're in a leadership race right now, we talk about you know, trying to move away from a party of identity politics. You know, how the NDP has moved too much towards identity politics and we've left workers behind. But what I have to say to that, from my perspective, is if we fail to see the identity of the worker and how their identity impacts their safety, their work experience, how the identity of an individual impacts their safety in communities, then we're missing the mark. And that is a really dangerous discourse to participate in.
Thank you so much for breaking that down better for us in regards to understanding this bill and these projects, in many cases that are going to be constructed in Indigenous lands and Indigenous territories, right? Because they are constructed in these remote areas where our women are susceptible and vulnerable to these different impacts, and it is not being considered. What should be done, I guess, to ensure those protections in regards to this bill now that it already is, you know, law?
Well, first I want to, if I can digress and go back to basically what the problems with Bill C-5 are. And really the problem in, you know, we're talking about democracy, nation-to-nation building. So like most laws, or like the foundation of the premise of most agreements in modern times, it's actually based on a false foundation when we're talking about nation to nation, because it assumes that the government or the crown owns the land. But that's actually false. That's actually false. And this has been seen by all levels of government. One example, one critical example, and I met a woman named Rose actually during the break, and I felt like it was ancestor stuff because she's from the Haida Nation. But in 2004, in the Haida Nation case, the Supreme Court judge determined that in order to reconcile, the true definition of reconciliation was to reconcile the sovereignty over lands of Indigenous peoples with the assumed sovereignty by the Crown. And so there's been this assumption by the Crown that they have sovereignty over the land, and it's actually not true. They also ruled in that particular case that on important matters, that governments require to get the full consent of Indigenous peoples. Now here's the problem. I would think that a project of national interest is an important matter. Yet in the case of Bill C-5, ministers in cabinet can override constitutional powers in an unprecedented way without the consultation of First Nations people to determine projects of national interest. In fact, one of the only times Indigenous peoples are mentioned is in section 5(6)D of Bill C-5, where the federal government may consider the best interests of Indigenous peoples in deciding on a project of national interest. May consider. Well, that's not constitutionally compliant. According to the Constitution, according to international law, Indigenous law, the federal government must obtain free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples. And what does that mean? It means free of coercion. It means prior to any sort of project being announced. It means informed, knowing what you're signing up for. Yet in the case of Bill C-5, the federal government provided only a summary to Indigenous peoples 7 days before the passing of the bill, a summary, even though the national chief had asked the federal government to slow down the process. They gave them 5 days. I would say that's duress. It's forcing Indigenous peoples to make decisions under duress. They did not, for example, another issue was they did not consult with modern treaty rights holders like Nunavut. And my good colleague Lori spoke about the Nunavut agreement this morning in relation to hunters and trappers. Did not consult with Nunavut, did not consult with the Grand Council of the Crees. And what did that mean? They violated their constitutional obligations. So it's not surprising that there's been major pushback from different communities. Now, going back to what this means about, it means or how it impacts Indigenous women and girls. Often decisions made about resource extraction projects, and we saw this in the study, and you can find the study in the Status of Women Committee. It's done without the voices of the community, and often void of the voices of Indigenous women who are on the front lines of this issue. Because of that, there's been major pushback from women's organizations, Indigenous women's organizations, across the country pushing back. In fact, my good friend Hilda Anderson-Pierce, who is the chair of the Family and Survivor Circle, held a conference to look at how they can better protect Indigenous women and girls around resource extraction projects. But this is happening after the fact. And what does that look like? We know that around resource extraction, there's higher rates of sex trafficking. I'll give you an example. A news article came out in the CBC that correlated high rates of sexual trafficking, the highest rates of sex trafficking now happening in the province of Alberta. Manitoba now becoming a hub for young women and sometimes girls that are being sex trafficked. The former government, the former prime minister, because you said genocide, and people are saying, well, how is this a genocide? Well, in the National Inquiry into Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls, it actually has a paper written by a professor LaFontaine, who demonstrated how what was happening to Indigenous women and girls, to us LGBTQIA+, was an ongoing genocide. This was noted by former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. And where is this government? Still not consulting with Indigenous women and girls, particularly around projects of national interest. Zero funding allocation. Zero. I can't think of anything more violent to deal with the ongoing crisis of MMIWG. And where's the resource minister? When I've questioned him in the House of Commons, he's telling me it's a justice issue. No, it's a corporate responsibility issue. It's a human rights issue. It's a gender equality issue. It's a responsibility of the federal government to ensure that all people are safe, including Indigenous women and girls, to us LGBTQIA+.
Hi. Leah, can you help us understand the connections of, Bill C-5 and the work that you have tried to do to incorporate or embed the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in Section 35? Now, Canada has apparently implemented UNDRIP, but it picks and chooses, in this case, Bill C-5. How does it affect, how does it relate to Indigenous rights?
So you're absolutely right. And it's important to note that Bill C-15 that was passed, was it the last parliament, the parliament before? I had so many elections, and I might be going on my fourth in 2 minutes, but they passed a bill called Bill C-15. And it was based on the work of former NDP MP Romeo Saganash, his Bill 262. I had the privilege of working with the then minister or parliamentary secretary at the time, now Minister Gary Anasangri, to make amendments to that bill. And basically what that bill did was it confirmed application of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples into Canadian law, meaning that it had application prior to the passing of the bill. But it also stipulated, and I'm going to get this little card out, because I think words matter, because it says it right in the bill. And now I can't find it, but this is okay. But it said that, oh, here we go. I've got it. So it said that all legislation going forward had to be compatible and compliant, consistent with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And now, laws are easy to make. Colonial behavior is hard to change. In the drafting of Bill C-5, it's in direct violation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And I wanted to point specifically to two articles in the declaration. Article 19 states, in quotes, "States shall consult and cooperate in good faith with Indigenous peoples concerned through their own representative institutions in order to obtain their free, prior, and informed consent before adopting and implementing legislative or administrative measures that may affect them." That did not happen. So it's not compliant. Article 32, in relation to free, prior, and informed consent for lands and resources, states that the approval of any project affecting Indigenous peoples, lands, territories, and other resources, particularly in connection with the development, utilization, or exploitation of mineral, water, or other resources, states must obtain the free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples. And I just want to point out that since the fast tracking of Bill C-5, the federal government has arrogantly not only forced through a bill that violates the rule of law, violates our Constitution, violates the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, violates international law, it violates human rights, lessens environmental protections. But he went so far as to meet with Premier Daniel Smith in Alberta and sign an MOU without consulting, without obtaining free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples. That's one example. The Chiefs of Ontario, in fact, were first railing against Doug Ford and his Bill 5, which is even less harmful than Bill C-5, went and spoke about development in the Ring of Fire without the free, prior, and informed consent of the peoples of that territory. This is a problematic behavior, and what does it look like? We're talking about sovereignty. We're talking about building good jobs in Canada. However you stand on resource extraction, I know where I stand in terms of the climate emergency, but what are they doing? They're fast-tracking projects into the Supreme Court of Canada. Where are the projects ending up in Ontario? They're ending up in the courts. Where is it ending up in Alberta? It's ending up in the courts. And I know there's discussions in BC about watering down UNDRIPA so that it's easier to get projects through. But here's the thing. You can't, even provinces must respect and uphold the Constitution, and that includes the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Once again, will end up in the courts.
Yes. What I found, though, even if they're in the courts, these projects go ahead and do the damages that they do in the meantime while trampling, you know, Indigenous rights. It's kind of like a system that's a setup. What do you see coming down the line in the next few years with Indigenous leaders and territories? Do you see litigation? Do you see front lines? Do you see rallies? What do you think is going to come of this?
So I have a crystal ball, and it's over 160 years of colonization. Okay. So yeah, it's going to end up in the courts. Projects are going to be held up. But, you know, I want to talk about the costs of not following the rule of law. People often think that I'm radical. I'm actually not. I'm actually a rule follower, right? I took an oath of office. It was probably the worst experience of my life, pledging allegiance to my colonizer, right? We need to change that, to pledge allegiance. The first time I bawled, you can ask my partner, I went home and I bawled for hours. The second time I giggled, and last time I broke out into laughter because it's just so ridiculous. So the whole system, from the beginning, we know what happens. It'll end up in the courts. But we do have laws. It's not a lack of law. It's not a problem with our Constitution, in fact. It's not a problem with international law, which it's not a problem with a Constitution that also includes Indigenous law. That's not what the problem is. the reason why things get complicated is because legislators in this country break the law. So I took an oath of office. This is why I mentioned it to begin with, not so that you would feel bad. Like King Charles, he's not a great looking guy, he's kind of weird. I had to pledge allegiance to him, just pointing that out. Okay, but that's not what it was about. I take my oath very seriously. I can't pick and choose when to hold up human rights or the law when it suits my economic and political interest. And this is something that I've said since being elected. You know, I've taken oath of office to uphold the rule of law. We are at an unprecedented time. We are seeing the rise of fascism globally. You know, and let's not forget, when we talk about what's going on in Canada, Canada's perpetrating the same sort of violence, especially when we're talking about resource extraction. Guatemala, case in point. You were saying that you were there. You know. You've seen what's happening on the ground in Indigenous communities globally by the hands of Canadian mining companies. But we are at a time when we are seeing rising fascism. Solidarity, what does it look like? We have to start questioning, because when you pick and choose when to uphold human rights, that's a dangerous discussion. My father, who many of you know was the only surviving child after the Holocaust, my grandparents, my father, 2 uncles, taught me something very early on. And he said this: when you start talking about who to leave off the boat, you have to stop the conversation right there. Thank you. We have to change the discussion of pitting workers against Indigenous communities, workers against Indigenous women, unions against, you know, I mean, even on the left, we are having these, the importance of the labor movement, pitting it against people who, because of the color of their skin and their sexual orientation, have a different lot in life. We need to start discussing what solidarity looks like. And what solidarity looks like to me is human rights are human rights are human rights. And when you see somebody's human rights impacted, you better speak up, you better stand up, whether they're a worker, whether they're a woman, whether they're from the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, right? Whether there are lands, territories, or resources.
Amazing. Okay, so who remembers Idle No More? Yeah. So Leah was involved in it. That was just before I started working for APTN, like back in the day.
I think I was 13.
I mean, it was an awakening. It was just this massive wave of uprising of Indigenous peoples and allies coming together across this country. And it was in response to a Harper government omnibus bill, Bill C-45, that, like Bill C-5, similarly gutted environmental protections and overrode Indigenous consultation rights. What's happening here with Bill C-5 and back then with Bill C-45? Where is everybody on this? What is your thoughts?
Well, I actually think it's worse than Bill C-45 because it now gives corporations, I'll give you an example. Under Bill C-5, corporations are provided with the same stakeholder status. If you look under Article 5(6) of Bill C-5, the same stakeholder status as Indigenous peoples. The same stakeholder status. Well, sorry, man, that's not right, because corporations have no sort of constitutional status, right? It's problematic. Through Bill C-15, now the budget bill, not the bill, the UNDRIP bill, but the most recent budget bill, they provide corporations with unprecedented powers. Now, I think people need to remember a couple of things about our current Prime Minister. One, he's a banker, okay? I know people were scared of Polyev, but Carney is a banker. He is also part of one of the most powerful corporations globally, Brookfield's Investments, where he's in the most precarious conflict of interest positions because of all their investments across everything on any given. He's a corporate guy. He worked for Harper. Okay? This is not a man of the people. I don't know many bankers that are a man of the people, but here is what has happened. You know when you say, look over here, when you should be looking over there? Well, under Carney, if you look at Bill C-5, he was able to fast-track Bill C-5, which is like a constitutional garbage dump. Why? Look to the south, look at Trump. And he did the same thing to Indigenous people that's been happening since time immemorial. And then he said, who's better? Who's better? Who's worse? Me or Polyev? So during the election and the NDP, what I've named the NDP apocalypse, I was going door to door, and this is what people were saying. They were saying, oh, Leah, we love what you've done, like we're so proud you're a representative, but I can't vote for you because I'm worried about Pierre Polyev, to which my inner spirit said, oh my God, I'm gonna lose. I can't believe this is happening. It was a tidal wave. But what's happening under his government is he's pushing through Polyev's agenda faster than Polyev ever could, and people need to start paying attention. Bill C-9, an erosion of the charter. Bill C-12, Bill C-2, Bill C-5, all in violation of civil liberties, human rights, some international law, and he's doing it at an unprecedented pace. In fact, in the States right now, if you look at Bill C-9, and that's the new hate bill, they're trying to pass the same sort of thing in the States with pushback. We're passing similar legislation in Canada, especially around borders. So things are not great right now. We need to pay attention. But we also have to pay attention. One thing about being a progressive, and I understand this, like, you know, my dad was a CCFer, I'm a progressive, all of this. You know, we're pretty perfect. There's a purity about progressives. And I know that I'm always right, right? But sometimes we have to look inside of ourselves and say, how are we either contributing or preventing ensuring a better world for all people? And I think one of the areas that we need to do it is around some of the current discussions we're having. Because I have to tell you, as somebody who grew up in the party with interracial parents at a time when that didn't really happen, where you were kind of like the weirdo in the neighborhood, that the reason why I found a place as a young kid where I really didn't ever kind of feel like I blended in is because I saw myself in the party. People saw me, and they saw me with all my complexity as a human being, and they said, we're gonna fight for you. We have a place for you. We have a place, even if perhaps one day something should happen and you should have a mental health issue, whatever, you can't work full time, we don't place the value of you as a human being in your productivity, right? We just think your value because you're a human being. We value your humanity. And we have to lift up that humanity in all places, whether it is in projects of national interest, in community, how we treat Mother Earth, how we decide to reconcile this complicated relationship that we're in that like infiltrates our parties, we need to reconcile that. And that will only happen if we are honest. And I'm glad that even though we've had an NDP apocalypse, that at least at this time I'm on the stage and we're talking about how projects might benefit some while harming another, and how can we move forward in a way to build a nation that benefits all and not a few.
All right. I'm going to wrap it. Hello? You can hear me? Okay, I'm going to wrap it up with another question here. So the event that we are at here is connected specifically about defending democracy across borders. But yet, as we've discussed, some of the most urgent democratic violations are happening inside Canada's own borders against nations that predate Canada itself. How should Canadians be thinking about the concept of defending democracy when Indigenous nations inside Canada have never been fully included in the democracy being defended?
Well, I have the answer, and we've fixed it today. I'm so glad I got on stage today because it's all fixed. But in all honesty, going back to what I said, we don't lack laws. We need to uphold the rule of law, and we need to hold legislators accountable to uphold the rule of law without qualification, without question, not just when it suits their economic and political interests. That's number one. Because it's a slippery slope. If you turn your back on somebody's rights, who's next? We're seeing that in the States, right? Uphold the rule of law and hold elected officials accountable. Human rights are human rights are human rights. Never pick and choose human rights when it suits your economic interest. And silence is violence. Silence is violence. So I've been pretty vocal since being elected. I made an oath, first and foremost, to my riding of Winnipeg Centre that I lovingly call the center of the universe. Yes, the center of the universe. And I made some promises. And I've stayed true to those promises. And sometimes when you stand up, it's really hard, because sometimes that means that you have to stand alone. But I'd rather stand alone than stand to protect my power and privilege at a time when our very humanity is at risk. And I'm lucky to be joined by individuals like my good colleague, Laurie Idlout, in the House of Commons, who has been a trailblazer and unapologetic in her defense of human rights, in her defense of democracy. Let's not forget, the whole concept of democracy was based on and came from Indigenous peoples, right? Let's bring it back there. Let's honor the original peoples of this land.
Yes. Wow, hi. I could sit and talk with you like forever. So we're gonna go for coffee. We're gonna go for coffee after. Thank you, hi everybody, for coming out, and yeah.
Thanks, everybody.
Wow. First of all, what a kiki. Oh my goodness, that was so beautiful. We've made it through a whole day of programming, my friends. So can we just really quickly have a little temperature check? Can you do me a favor? Snap your fingers if you're able, if you learned something new today. Clap your hands if you're able, if you've heard something inspiring today. Awesome, thank you.
Alors, merci tout le monde, à tous et à toutes les conférencières à participer d'avoir rendu ces conversations si intéressantes. Ce soir, nous avons 2 réceptions à vous proposer et un lancement du livre à ne pas manquer. At 5:30 p.m., join Nora Loretto, Carla Flecker, and Adrian Harwood for the CCPA's inaugural Tony Clark Lecture on break glass moments and not-so-silent coups. That will be taking place just upstairs in the Grand Salon.
And starting at 7 at the Three Brewers, the Trois Bastille on 240 Spark Street, the Progress Social hosted by Oliver Paré Strategies, Prompt.io, Stratcom, and Point Blank will kick off. Join some fellow summit attendees and friends, new and old, for drinks and for food. All of these options are also listed in your Whova app, so check it out for more details. Thank you, everyone. That is it for the day. We'll see you back here tomorrow at 9:15 a.m.